the Monday show on Thursday, and we're just gonna get the chat on screen for Rumble, and we're good to go after that. I already got the YouTube chat up, and it shouldn't censor anybody today. Oh, I forgot to open my VTuber up. I like to have my VTuber open just in case, you know. Let's see. That's. Wait for my drawing tablet to wake up. Come on, drawing tablet. Oh, I found Reggie's voice. It's not that hot today, but it is a little toastier today. Okay. We're missing a VTuber. I need to fix that. There we go. We are off to the races. Hey, what's up? Yes, it is Ron. How did you know my nickname? I never told you my nickname was Ron. I mean, yes, it's true. We used to do shady things in the teenage years, my nickname became Run. They were like, that's Run, because when we be doing this, we run. So we're going to start off today's show with a photo album of sorts. Yeah, that's right. Oh, wrong camera angle. So we're going to do a photo. What's up, Snow? Good to see you. I want to play Draconian today. I think I'm going to play it right after I show the pictures. I want to try to play, I want to play Draconian. Javonian. I know I said it wrong. I'm sorry. I want to play Javonian with a Nintendo remote controller. Because if I could play the North Korean driving game on a NES controller, it stands to be reasoned I can play it on a. I can play. Wow, Javonian. I thought you say Jabroni. Let's play some Jabroni. So these are random pictures. I believe this is you could tell Roshin about this, William, and this is probably Francisco's old Hyundai, Toyota. I think it's a Toyota Camry. Yeah, that's got to be his old Toyota Camry. I guess I was taking a picture of a grassy knoll. Yeah, I didn't even bother to scan these. I got to clean my desk, hook up the scanner. So what I do is I do something called bracketing, where you underexpose and overexpose images on purpose to try to get like like the best result. So when you're not absolutely certain, like I think at the time I didn't have a battery in my light meter, so I did one right and I did one dark. Because you see the sky is really bright here, the sky is more even here, but the grass is too dark. Whereas the grass is pretty well defined. I'm pointing the camera out a window. Oh God, that's like evidence right there. This is not my friend's car. Whoever I just named, yeah, they weren't involved. Let me skip a few pictures here. They're smoking something. So, I mean, they're not smoking anything at all. But let me just skip that. They got a pine tree in their window, though. That's kind of cool. And it's like, there we go. Okay, skipping ahead. This is like over a decade ago. It's like longer than a decade ago. So, but I don't want to get anyone in trouble for like smoking, weed when it was not legal in New York. Even today, I'm not even sure if it's 100%. Anyway, I may or may not have photographed that. Anyway, hey, what's up, Lady Mist? So why I brought this up today was I want to show you guys Poffy when she was a baby. I got the negatives for these. So I'll most likely be scanning the negatives because one thing I've learned is that when you get like CVS or any place to do the prints, you get these white speckles. And that's because like the machines. Oh, what do you mean you saw nothing? Oh, yeah, you saw nothing. Thank you. What up, Nintendo? Now, this is going to be a little educational here. You'll notice that Paffy's head is in focus, but she's out of focus here. And that's because instead of using a narrow aperture, I probably use a wider aperture to let more light in so that I can use a faster shutter speed. And when you use a wide aperture on a camera lens, you get something called narrow depth of field, meaning that if I focus on her head, anything in front of or behind, and we didn't know Poffy was a girl at the time. We thought she was a boy. we still thought Puffy was a boy at the time. Like, she's completely different now. What does Puffy look like today? Where's the button for that? I have a button for that. That's not the button. Oh, here it is. This is modern day Puffy right here. Look at how, and that's like her like 3 years ago. But compared to like, oops, wrong button. Let's go back. Yeah. But you can clearly see like a clear difference between this Puffy and this Puffy right over here. Same stripes on the head, however. Same stripes. One thing you'll notice, the show is less smooth when they're younger. You'll see the scoots kind of grow in like little scaly things. Totally normal. That's you can see like how certain elements in this photo are in focus and out of focus. Now, I'm not sure what I did with this one. Sometimes when I take pictures, I'll actually make a note on my phone or on a piece of paper to write down what I did. Like, what settings I used, what aperture, what shutter speed, things of that nature. But I always like try to capture nature. So I thought this grassy hill at the time, like there really wasn't anything to photograph, so I was like, I'm gonna take a picture of this grassy hill. These are clearly out of order. So let's get back to Puffy. This is her old rock. But I think there are pictures later on where she's got the log. So what would I have done different here? To capture this photograph, I would have chose a narrower aperture, meaning, a tighter diaphragm. And that would have allowed this to come into focus. But it would have also meant that I would have had to brace the camera on my knee to prevent the motion blur. Luckily, turtles don't really move a whole lot. She's just trying to stay warm. Now, this picture, by the way, in person, these pictures have a much warmer color temperature. Like, we might be able to... Hey, where's my camera? I just noticed my camera's off. Let's turn on my camera. So, like, you'll notice over here, that's like the real color temperature. Notice the color temperature here versus this. Much warmer. We could adjust for that, but it's not really critical in my opinion. I think it might look better not looking so warm. Now, it's interesting how this camera can compensate, because one of the challenges you get when taking digital photos of a turtle under a basking lamp is when you're dealing with mercury vapor lamps. Anything that's got ultraviolet mixed in there tends to throw off the quality of the image. So ever since people started selling marijuana out of Colorado, you can actually buy filters for the cameras. Filters are like little pieces of circular glass that you either mount or screw to the front of the optics. And the most basic filter is called a UV filter. And it does protect the optics and, does help to deal with UV light. But in my experience, a UV filter is very useful for just protecting your lens. So think about it like this. You drop your camera and it hits a rock. Do you want to break the filter or the lens? It's like a screen protector for your optics, because you can't really unscratch a camera lens. But if you scratch the filter, a little circular piece of glass, you could just replace it for like $7. Patsy? Who's Patsy? Oh, no, it's Puffy. Oh my God, it's the Comic Relief Crusader. Yeah, clarification, because, I love my turtle, and I want to make sure you guys know her name. This is Puffy. That is P-A-F-F-I-E. Puffy or Puffy. You can, tomato. I don't care, It's a turtle. She's not going to be like, oh my God, you misnamed me. I'm more worried about misgendering Puffy than I am misnaming her. Because, she lays eggs every now and then, and it's kind of shit. We're getting near that time of the year. I got to do something about that. Basically, I got to give her a nesting box, or just make sure I, keep an eye on her health, mainly. That's the main thing. Hell, I'm off to bed. Aw. Well, I hope you have a great night's sleep, Comic Relief Crusader. You guys should check him out. He's a real gentleman. He's always nice to me in the chat. You know me, I like people who are always nice to me in the chat. So, if you want to check out the Comic Relief Crusader, I'm gonna punch up his name right now. Hell, Nintendo. I think Nintendo. Yo, Nintendo. Do you do content too? You want a moderator shield? You want to be a moderator? I'm gonna make you moderator. You don't have to accept it. You can choose not to accept it if you don't want. I'm making you moderator. You can post your link if you want. See, that's why Elle does it. Elle makes everyone a moderator. She says it so that people could easily find each other. But the truth is, I wish Elle was here right now so that she can count to me on this. She's actually like too lazy to paste the link, so she's like, do it yourself, self-service. But no, jokes aside, it is a good methodology. What up, Panda Wannabe? Well, I gotta do some maintenance on the filter. Like the filter got clogged. It happens every like 3 to 6 months. So I gotta do some filter maintenance very soon. I'm gonna keep rolling here. So obviously these are what 4x6. I'm kind of disappointed I didn't do more. Oh wait, this one I want to say this one I did like something different, but no. Clearly this is like one of the challenges. Now there is a button on the camera called the depth of field preview button, and I should show you. Where is my camera? I think I know where my camera is, but instead of showing you my camera, I'm gonna find you a picture of my camera. It's a Nikon F. It looks absolutely nothing like this. Let's go to, oh yeah, there we go. So I have this camera here. But mine's different. Mine's better. This is a Pentra prism. There's actually a piece of glass shaped like a prism up here that you can remove. But notice how the lens has this little thing here? My camera uses one of those. So I'm going to find us another Nikon F. And this guy used black and white film, apparently. Pretty nice. Although, I don't know what Maya is. Maya? We're going to find out. Oh, yeah, there we go. Mine's got a silver or steel colored front on it. But this is the photonic light meter right here. So that little piece on the lens up there, this is your aperture. This makes the aperture wider or narrower. These are your f-stops. A wider aperture lets more light hit the film. But it also... Hey, where's my camera? Oh, we don't need the camera, but I'll turn it on anyway so you guys can have a show. My camera's misaligned, I think. We need to fix that. Oops, wrong one. There we go. So basically what happens is the light meter has a compartment for batteries. This is the power button. You press this button to turn it on. You press this button to turn it off, and you hold it down to test it. In this little white space up here is a little needle. And the needle will either do this or this. And it'll tell you if you're underexposed, meaning too little light is coming in, or if too much light is coming in, or is it just right? Like you'll literally have a little Goldilocks zone in the middle. If the needle is in the middle, you got the Goldilocks zone. And these numbers up here will tell you what's the fastest speed of your lens. So my lens is f1.4. So mine would have a number, would have a little red line right before the 1.2. 1.2, my dad has a Canon camera of f1.2, and it's got a monster of a lens on it. It's just a portrait lens. It's not even a zoom lens, but it's still a monster of a lens. And it's just more challenging to produce high-speed optics that will let in more light without causing problems. The wider your aperture is, you're going to have, one narrower focus. So, like I said, everything, like if I focus on my nose, maybe you'll have my face in focus. But anything back here, like my headphones will start to get blurry. Anything in front of my face will get blurry. Whereas a narrower aperture, you have a broader range, a broader field of focus, a broader depth of field. So like you can literally, like it's almost like having autofocus. So if it's a bright sunny day and you're taking pictures of people outside, like maybe at a track meet or something like that, some kind of sporting event where you don't have to get the perfect shot, but you want to get action shots, kind of, I don't know. Then what you do is instead of like constantly turning the focus, which this is your focus, this is your aperture. So you turn this to focus to make it more or less blurry depending on what you're looking at. And in the lens, we have, let's get a picture of a Nikon F focusing screen. So this is actually installed inside the prism. But what we should do is find, oh wow, this is great. So you can actually see it in the camera up here. And I've actually disassembled this camera on Elle's show before. So if you just had the prism finder, you could turn this knob. On my viewfinder, the knob has like a coupling mechanism that attaches to here. But anyway, in the middle of this screen here is a circle with a line going through it. And when you look at that line, basically there's like really bad example here. Actually, these are too low quality. Basically, in that circle, you have like a horizontal line. But if you were focusing on a telephone pole and it's out of focus, it would look like this. But if the telephone pole is in focus, the two vertical lines will line up like this. So you could do that to my face. You could do that to anything. You could like literally make my face split in half and go, and you know it's out of focus. Now, just because the center is in focus, the problem is that depending on your aperture, you're going to have the same problem we have with Paffy here, where we have this region that's perfectly in focus, but this area is not. And the solution would be for me to open up the aperture probably by like 1 or 2 stops. So by analyzing the old photographs, I'm able to get a little better at this and operate the camera by feel, because the batteries I put in here, where are the? I have a battery in here somewhere. I saw it before. I saw the battery before. Give me a second. Yeah, here it is. Oh shit. Okay, this battery might be dead already, because these batteries are zinc air batteries. So the way this camera works is it takes lead batteries that are very specific. So some nerds somewhere on the internet figured out if you make a zinc air battery, and that's why there's like little breathing holes in the battery somewhere. It is like, once you open this packaging up, oh no, it's not. Is it open yet? Oh yeah. Wait, am I not? I don't know if it's opened yet. I feel like this box has been crushed. Basically, once you open this battery, the zinc starts to oxidize and it produces electrical current. So it provides you the same voltage as the original lead batteries, but the problem is that once you open this, the clock starts ticking. So if you open it before you need it, it's going to be unusable by the time you put it in your camera. So that's the downside. But you need 2 of these mushroom-shaped batteries. You can see it's a little mushroom shape up here. You can see a little. Oh yeah, actually, I think we're still good. That little blue thing, I'm pretty sure it protects it from the environment. I think that's how that works. So this battery is probably still good. But I need 2 of these. I only have 1 right now. I need 2 of these. In fact, when I went to Texas, I traveled to Texas with a 1. I thought I ordered 2 of these. I had a 1-pack of these fucking batteries. It was awful because I couldn't use the light meter, so I had to guess. Now, luckily, oh wait, actually, I did find out something cool. You can get a light meter app for Android. And apparently, it doesn't matter, like the difference in the camera, so. I just fixed my phone recently. I had to buy these clamps, and it basically re-glued a phone. So I had to like reassemble the phone. This is the double-sided tape I used. I used some B7000 glue, and I used these clamps here. And guess what? There's a smudge on the inside of the lens here, so I have to open it up again, which I'm not rushing to do. But depending on what lens we're using, we get some issues. Let's see if we can get the light meter. Here it is. So this light meter is very interesting. It uses the camera up here. And so I would like, when I was in Texas, in San Antonio, I would tell it what type of film I'm using. So am I using ISO 100, ISO 25, whatever film I was using, I would set it over here. The higher the number, the more light sensitive it is, but the more grainy the picture is. Then out here, you set what shutter speed you're using. So you can see here, you got to line the shutter speed up with whatever aperture. So to see your aperture, this means wide open. This means ultra tight. So usually I have it somewhere between here and here. And then my shutter speed would probably be 1/60th of a second, which I don't know. I can't control this right now. I'm doing something. Give me a second. Is this accelerometer controlled? It's moving on its own. Something don't feel right. Oh wait, I remember. Oh, I remember now. Hang on. I got this. So you increase your ISO. Let's say we do ISO 500. So what it's telling me is that I can use any of these aperture settings. If I want 1/60th of a second, which is a reasonable shutter speed, I'd have to have it at f2. My lens can't go faster than f1.4. If my lens went any faster, it would be off the scale. But basically, you try to figure out your aperture and shutter speed based on, in fact, right now, this is going based on the light in the room. So if I say measure, that's why it's moving. Oh, yeah, now I remember how this works. It's measuring the light. So if I cover it up, there we go. Look, no light. It's telling us to use a really slow shutter speed. Like this right here represents keeping the shutter open for like 2 seconds, which would be like motion blur. Whereas with this amount of light here, 1/60th of a second is a much more reasonable amount of light. And you can press some other buttons here, but that's basically the gist of it. And apparently that light meter has a little window for infrared on it. So let's say, hey, what up, Fabric Folds? Good to see you, buddy. Don't let DJ fool you. He works for the mafia. Hey, yo, I fungo, I spec. Me mafia, little old me in the mafia. Do I look like a guinea? Do I? Don't you ever call us guineas? No, you ever call? Don't even be started on that one. I don't mind the word guinea. My mom used to call me a stubborn little guinea when I was a kid. In fact, she kept calling me that when I was an adult. Anyway, don't let DJ fool you. He works for the mafia. And his code name is the Clamp. The Clamp. That's why we got the clamps right here. Why else would a New Yorker be in Texas? Well, true, I had to conduct some business in Texas, and it had nothing to do with my streaming empire, and everything to do with everything not involved in my streaming empire. Same reason I go to Kansas every 2 years, to see that guy in the grocery store with the notebook where he writes everything down in the movie Goodfellas. Or is that Casino? Casino. What's up, Game Gear Goddess? I was just talking about the time that I took apart my mom's camera, the camera she gave me, the camera I inherited from my mom on your show, the Nikon F. In fact, let's look at the Nikon F again. I always wanted to get now, if anyone ever sees this, by the way, like, keep me in mind. I'm looking for a Type E focusing screen. So I have a Type A that has the split line up here. So you have to, like, line up vertical lines like this. I would kill to get the E-type focusing screen. I would love that. I would love an E-type focusing screen. Why is the E-type focusing screen cool? It's for engineering, but it splits the image along this line here. So now you're not just relying on this little tiny freaking circle here to get your focal point. You can pretty much measure your focal point along any of these freaking horizontal lines, as I understand it. I got to double check. But until I buy one, I don't. I mean, I think the manual tells you as much. It's been years since I've RTFM'd. We could read the manual. I think I'll spare you that right now. But I will show you my there we go. That's my Nikon right there. Oh no, that's not my Nikon. Mine's better. So this one has the light meter up here. This one here is through the lens. I mean, any light that enters the lens bounces up here and gets measured by the light meter inside here. And they have a lot of weird accessories for this bad boy here. So that's the camera I took these pictures on. Almost dropped it. So that's baby Paffy. Their heads tend to be more stubby when they're babies. Yo, Fabric Folds, good to see you. You got to do heart surgery on an ox? Though I'd stop in and twist your... You sick bastard. I can't. Though I'd stop in and twist your taint a bit. Jesus Christ. Yo, what up, awesome one? Nikkei, what about Nikkei? Isn't Makini playing Nikkei? He always talks about Nikkei. Nikkei is the Japanese stock market. It's also a fighting game. Yeah, Nikon's pretty... Apparently, Nikon or Nintendo also... Hey, what a Bone! I see Bone 305. Good to see you, man. When did you change the number at the end of your name? Actually, I think that's just the way YouTube shows the names now. Well, it's great seeing you, Bone. Hope you're doing well. I messaged Eric O'Sullivan a couple weeks ago. I gotta check his message, man. I know he replied to me. He's a great guy. I love Eric. I hope he's doing well. Can't wait to catch up with him again. So I think I did some bracketing here because we're starting to get more focus on the show. But you can see, like, I was probably doing the walking the aperture a little narrower at a time. Well, you have a great night, Fabric Force. Thanks for dropping by. Read the flippin' manual. But it's amazing how narrow depth of field could really make this look blurry. So actually, we should do an experiment here. Yeah, I think this one's more in focus than this one here. So that's good to know. Now, if I have to reorder these pictures, I can just look at the negatives, I guess, and compare them. Oh, these have timestamps on the back. See, this one you got more focus, or it's more in focus on the whole, so it's getting better. I'm gonna read that for you guys. Give me a second. Let me read this. Okay, CVS 6054 says probably CVS store 6054. It says 1M20012 scan 4/12/2010 Maglio. And this is picture number 9. Oh, these are numbered. So I don't even have to figure it out. I just gotta, yeah, 9, 10. I think we're looking at these in backwards order right now, guys. But they're numbered. That's great. They used the dot matrix printer to print on these. This is what Paffy's tank looked like at my friend's house. I don't even know what that is. What is that, potato? I didn't know he had a pet potato. Oh, there's the turtle. See, she's swimming under the dirty water. Is that a tennis ball? I think it's a tennis ball. It's nasty. That's why I got the turtle. My friend didn't like cleaning the tank. He was a neat freak. Savon, you wouldn't happen to have an extra switch. I think the PSU in mine died. Well, I do, and I don't. So here's the deal, bro. I gotta get that fucking Brocade switch working, which I know I've been slacking. So what you're saying is I need to get my ass running on the Brocade switch so I can give you the Cisco switch. I mean, that's not what you're saying, but that's what I'm saying. I think that's how we should do it. I should get the Brocade switch working and give you the Cisco switch. Now, I don't mind giving you the Cisco switch. Once I have that fucking Brocade, I got this beautiful network switch, chat. I'm sure like only like 1/4 of you guys might care about this. But I got a 48 port switch that has 2 power supply slots in it. And it has a bunch of SFP slots on it. And you can put either gigabit or 10 gigabit Ethernet ports on that fucker, or you can put fucking fiber optics on that shit. And it's a big, beautiful switch. As the president would say, it's a big, beautiful switch. Or something like that. But I guess I better get hustling on that Brocade switch. I mean, I've had it for like 2 years now. I paid like $300 for like a $1,000 switch and haven't used it yet. And William hooked me up with like a lot of the details. So to help me help you, William, double check on those docs. Remember there was that instruction manual on doing the firmware on the Brocade switch, and the only issue we had was the serial cable. We tried using the serial cable for my telescope. It didn't work. I think you lent me a serial cable. I may or may not have given it back to you. If I didn't give it back to you, then I have it. If I did give it back to you, I'll buy my own. You want to borrow? Yeah, do I have two? Does mine have 2 PSUs in it? You can borrow one of my PSUs. Do you know if it has 2 power supplies? I bet it's just like the server. I could literally yank out the power supply from the switch and it would keep working. Oh, wait. Well, of course it would work. The fucking thing's not hooked up right now. Wait, which one do you need? You need a Brocade or a Cisco power supply? Cisco switch was a friend of mine. Yes. And that switch, I paid $300 for a switch that cost $13,000 new. Now, here's the caveat. To update the firmware on that switch, you gotta like own a license from the company or bootleg it, kind of. It's fucking insane. Speaking of firmware, guess what I have in front of me? And I got good news and bad news. I got my Sonic Pad. Here. So the Sonic Pad, okay, that's easy because like obviously I'm not using a Brocade switch, so I can lend you the power supply from that, especially if there's 2 power supplies in mine. And then we can figure out what to do from there, i.e., I get motivated to make it work so that I can give you a Cisco switch and get the power supply back. So I read, right? What is the second power supply for? Is it for redundancy? Or is it like for powering like PoE on every port? No, you're not late. What up, Joe? What up, Jose Lopez? I'm sorry, I misread your name. I apologize. Welcome to the chat, Jose Lopez. No, you're never late. It's like the Lord of the Rings movie. A wizard is never late. They arrive exactly when they need to, or something like that. So you're good, man. You're Gucci. You're good. Welcome, man. It's nice to meet you. So we're going to get back to the pictures in a minute. But yeah, this is the Sonic Pad. It's got a power button on the side. I'm sorry, it's out of focus. On the back, this is the most interesting thing. So you hook this up to a 3D printer. So typically, I could use Wi-Fi. I like to hook it up to a hard line because why not? I wire everything I can. It's got a camera port here. So when I'm doing 3D prints, this is the camera that I would remotely view while monitoring the print. The other USB port depends on what I plug into it. This is interesting. Sensor. It's got this magical thing called input shaping. And correct me if I'm wrong, William. I think it might be a different term. You put like an acoustic sensor or like a sonic sensor, a vibration sensor on the like moving parts of the 3D printer. Then it moves it like side to side, like, and then it starts vibrating. And what it's doing is it's measuring the vibration on your unique 3D printer and taking that information into account. Because then what it does is it uses the Clipper firmware to directly command the printer from this advanced computer. Because the printer has its own motherboard that's kind of primitive. This has a more advanced computer equivalent to like a Raspberry Pi Model 3, let's say. And by directly talking to the printer over USB or serial, it has the ability to print faster and compensate for the acoustic environment or some crazy shit. And this thing's been great. I bought it because William was like, this is the easiest way. And he's right, it was. But it turned out when you update the firmware on this, you now have to update the firmware in your printer. And so there's a menu on the Sonic Pad called Firmware Tools. And you have to plug in a memory card reader or a USB memory flash drive into here. You got to tell it what motherboard you have. I flipped open. I had to flip open my printer. I had to flip over my 3D printer, which is a pain in the ass. Open up the bottom cover and read the model number on the motherboard. Then I hit the menu, what motherboard I have, this, that, and the third, and I copied the correct firmware to a USB that I can then put onto the printer. And I was doing better. Then I ran into a stumbling block. So this needs more work. It's moderately frustrating, but I have to make this work for 2 reasons. I need to upgrade my robot, my other robot, not this robot. The other robot, Petey. I need to upgrade Petey. And I want to print out more starships. I love printing starships. Like, I can print starships all day. I got the fucking Rocinante here. Like, look at that. Rocinante from The Expanse. It's kind of painted. It's kind of not. Needs more love. But it has a fine coat of black enamel, matte, and glossy paint on it. It doesn't smell like enamel paint anymore. Yo, what up, Low Spec Linux Gaming? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for rating me. I saw you were streaming. I was thinking about, like, reverse rating you, but I was like, well, you were streaming first, so why would I start a stream and raid someone who's streaming right now? But I did consider it. All right, let's put this. So there's only 2 problems. One, I misplaced my Commodore 64 USB memory stick. That's okay because it was giving me trouble anyway, and I'm going to plug in a different flash drive and test that out. I probably don't even need the Sonic Pad up here right now. I'm probably going to just bring it back downstairs. I know you are. I know you'd come by and help me out, and I appreciate that, William. And I might need you to do that, as a matter of fact. I'm going to be cleaning the den tomorrow. I might come over your house tomorrow first with a power supply. But on a subsequent week, like next week, I might need you to come over and help me out with that Brocade switch. I know last time the only thing that stopped us was we needed like the right serial cable, and like the one for the telescope was the same, but it wasn't. And I never did post on the forum to ask them, what makes the telescope cable? Excuse my underwear, guys. Didn't mean to put on a show for you. This is why I am... Okay, there we go. It's not really underwear. The other day, I was on Floral from Under a Rock. This is great. If you go to Floral from Under a Rock on his birthday, There's actually a scene where you could see my underwear. It's not really underwear, it's more like boxers. So we go to, let's see here. That's the white horse. But I came in real late. I came in during the game of Kahoot. Look, see, look. I tried to send Petey to his birthday alone. I tried to send my... Wait. Is my microphone on mute? It is not on mute. Oh, God, it's loud, though. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to make the microphone loud. I apologize. Let's make it a little lower. Okay, there we go. You don't really need audio for this one. So, look, I'm away from my desk. Got Reggie there. So I tried sending Reggie to the stream alone. And if we skip ahead, you're going to see me. Yeah, oh, it's right here. Watch. You're going to see the underwear. Wait. There I am. I mean, that's not underwear. Those are sweatpants. Yeah, sweatpants. Those are sweatpants I'm wearing. That's right, sweatpants. So that's what happened there. I just remembered while looking at the floor, I had my bone conduction headphones up there. Let's get back to the picture gallery. Anytime, 90% sure I gave you the cable. I'm 89% sure you gave me the cable, which is like about the same. Oh, I took this picture in portrait mode. So that looks like a water heater and a rock. This is like really bad, this picture. Some of these are more... Oh, wait, I see why I took this picture. Look at Puffy. Look at Puffy. Oh, my God. Look at her. Look how precious her head looks popping out of the water. And, what's cool about film is you can scan film at, like, really high resolution. Like, you take the negatives, and, yeah, you bet... Oh, shit, where are the negatives? Okay, so I might not have negatives. Or if I do, they're downstairs. I'm going to have to make sure I put the negatives back in this envelope because I tend to prefer scanning negatives because you could really crank them up. But this is fine. I can work with this. But yeah, it's an interesting camera angle. She's got her head popping out of the water like that. It's kind of cool. You can see part of her shell right over here. The carapace, that's the term for shell. Carapace is like a science term for shell. This is a grassy knoll. This is where JFK was on that fateful day. Well, let's see if we can analyze the properties of this image real quick, huh? It's got a very fine grain, but this is why I scan negatives. A lot of times when you go to ShopRite or CVS, you're going to get these random white speckles. They just don't maintain the machines like they used to. Like, you're lucky if you can find a local photo lab. I'm pretty sure none of these places operate a photo lab anymore. But, like, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, yeah, they still operated photo labs, but they could be really hit or miss sometimes is my, point. Redundancy. If my switch works with a different PSU, I'll look at replacing the PUS. You should replace the PSU, not the PUS. Then I need to replace the switch. I see, I got you. I'm not gonna lie, so close to 200 subscribers after subscribing, 72 away from the goal. Oh, let's take a look at your channel. Can I look at your channel? I'm gonna look at your channel. Oh yeah, it's you! Oh my God. Yo, Jose, I fucking love the author videos. Yo, we gotta watch some of those right now. Dude, those shits are hilarious. They're like absolutely fucking absurd. I've been dying to react to your videos on my channel, bro. Yo, I don't know if you're still here, Jose, but I am reacting to your author videos. I can't pronounce author. Yo, we're gonna have a time here right now. It's gonna be good. Oh my God. Let me get the sound up.
Francine, can I ask you a question? Sure, anything.
These are so stupid. I love these videos so much.
ADW, Francine, can I ask you a question? Sure, anything.
Why don't you go back to your own house and stop bothering us?
That's so funny though.
This is spinach.
Is something the matter?
This is spinach. And I hate spinach! Arthur, watch out! What? You almost stepped on that pencil! You could have tripped and died! I saved your life! Thanks.
Pause. If you're enjoying this video, like and subscribe.
Oh, you
to
got
see
my
more
like.
videos like
I
this.
guarantee there's a like at the bottom. Look,
And
see, I
yeah,
liked
please
it.
subscribe.
See, look, there's a like
Okay,
button.
back to the video.
Hell yeah, you got a like. Of course you got a like.
Ringing! Mom, the phone is ringing.
These are high absurdity. Of course I like these fucking videos. Jeez. I'll show you channel out right after this.
DW?
I have my hands full.
What do you want? How long did she say? 10 minutes. When it says 4, 3, 1, that means 1 minute has gone by. I know that. I do go to preschool, you know.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you something. We don't care.
Boy, look at the size of those feet. Where'd he ever buy his shoes? Was he the only giant president?
Lincoln wasn't a giant. The statue is much larger than he was.
Wouldn't you know it? Finally something interesting, and it's a fake. Mommy, Daddy! Kate said her first word! Mommy, Daddy!
What did she say?
I bet it was Daddy. It was Daddy, wasn't it?
She said, Bluge Agua. Where are you going? She might say it again. Are we playing cave? We're not playing anything. I'm looking for my list. What list? The list I made when summer started of all the things I wanted to do. And I don't think I did any of them yet. Was losing the list on the list? You did that.
Yo, this is the most underrated channel I've seen in a while. I mean, like, I don't know. These crack me up.
You're not the boss of me, Mr.
Yeah, we'll watch one more and then we'll get back to
DW,
the
please
course.
move your
I'm
big,
back to it.
enormous, large, gopher-looking head.
At least my head doesn't look like a football with glasses.
No, your head looks like a big meatloaf with raisins.
Look at this, little girl. This one has a secret pull-out drawer for all your special little things.
So? DW. Well, doesn't that look nice? Doesn't that look nice on your brother, DW?
Arthur looks very outdoorsy in this rugged green coat. If he stands still, he looks like a tree.
On behalf of the third grade class, welcome! Please know that anything of ours is yours. Except that pencil. That's my pencil. Any questions?
Would you like some tea, Stanley?
Oh, no, thanks. I don't take sugar.
Here, let me warm up your cup.
Huh? Robbers! Robbers! Help! Help! Arthur! DW?
You could make her a present.
Just don't make her clothes. Last year, DW made me a hat out of a swim cap and some loofahs.
Oh no.
And my mom made me wear it. Happy birthday, Arthur!
Hey, Arthur. My dad needs his car washed. Can I use your head?
All right. Let's get back on topic here. We were looking at pictures of the turtles. Well, one of them. This is before I ever adopted Paffy. This is actually before Paffy even lived under this roof. So we got better depth of field on this picture. We also have a crease on the picture, but yeah, we could Photoshop that. Oh my God, it's my friend Jimmy. We're just gonna skip that one. Good guy though. I like him. I hope he's doing all right. Yo, William, tell Roisin I found a picture of Jimmy. She'll remember Jimmy. Look at Jimmy. It's blurry. Must have been a low light environment. That's totally Jimmy. And then we got this one came out blur. Yeah, it came out okay. And this is Poffy's head sticking out of the water again. Let's play Snow's game now with a Nintendo controller. We're going to try to play Snow's game with a Nintendo controller. Let me just put these pictures away. I think I have more pictures like right on the hammock over there if you guys want to see. So, how am I going to play Snow's game? Well, first I got to open up Joy to Key. Now this app is completely in Japanese, by the way. So, we're just going to YOLO it. So, first things first. I don't know why, but whenever I use a Nintendo Switch controller, oh crap, it's not charged. So, to charge a Nintendo Switch controller, I have to take my Nintendo Switch Arena and plug it into a USB, or put it in the dock, since the USB cable is closer. So we have to let this charge for like a few minutes with the controller plugged in, and then we can use the controller. For now, we'll use the PlayStation 5 remote. I accidentally opened up BlueStacks. There we go. We got this. So now we're going to open up... is there a new version of Javonian out? No. I'm going to check. I'm going to check Google Keep. Javonian. Alright, we're checking if I can find Snow's game. Javonian. Alright, I found a link to Snow's game, but it might not be the right link. Dude, at least 8 or more P8 were flying over. Oh, P8. P8 Poseidons? These fucking things? Pardon my language, I'm sorry. And I know you tend not to be a profane person or someone. Let's ask Reggie about the P8 Poseidon. Hey, Reggie. My friend Awesome One saw like 8 or more P8 Poseidons flying over his house today. Tell the chat a little bit about the P8 Poseidon. It's an aircraft operated by the United States Air Force. I believe it is primarily used for submarine hunting. But tell us how it does that. But yeah, I'm going to show you guys some pictures. So it looks like a bit like a... I don't know what plane is based on. This one was searching for the MH370 Malaysian Airlines plane. You got Navy operates them too. That's the cockpit. Looks like they got a glass cockpit, meaning you got these displays instead of like whatever the alternative. You got a bunch of intelligence or reconnaissance officers in the back. You can see they're all doing their intelligence gathering and data analysis. You got a guy looking out the window for some reason. That's a big-ass window. It's a really big window. I guess it makes sense to have a big window. He could probably use binoculars, too. He's probably looking for, like, wake patterns from submarines or snorkels or the sail, which is basically the part of the submarine that sticks up. Now, there are older versions of this type of plane where you got this big, like, rectangular thing sticking out the bottom, and it's designed to detect perturbations in the Earth's magnetic field. You'll also see there's like a little dildo sticking out the back of the plane. See that? That actually is intentionally distanced from the back of the plane in order to avoid letting the plane disrupt the Earth's magnetic field. Because what it's doing is it's looking for something big and metallic underwater and detecting that perturbation in Earth's magnetic field to identify if there's a submarine there. They also use infrared lasers or infrared light now. The wavelengths can kind of get between the water. It has that land. Oh, these look like let's see. Are these what are these? I'm sure it says it. Open bomb bay. So these are either bombs or torpedoes. So these can drop torpedoes or depth charges. I think they can actually attack enemy submarines if they detect them. And you can see like a lot of these like little wing-looking things are probably antennae. This is probably the magnetic field detector. No, I mean this is something else. I don't know what this is because I just told you the thing in the back is the magnetic field detector up here. So I don't know, but it's got all kinds of crap pointing down. They can also launch sonar buoys. They can launch like these little things that come down on a parachute, and they can create like a sonar net. So, you know, you got a lot of interesting capabilities there for ASW, anti-submarine warfare. So apparently we have other countries who've purchased P-8 Poseidons. So Great Britain operates P-8 Poseidons. I believe that's France or Germany. I can't tell the difference. I think that's France. This looks like the Netherlands. And this is whoever the fuck that is. The Australians and the Old Zealanders. There you go. Look, it's dropping a torpedo. That's a Mark 46 torpedo. Let's get a look at a Mark 46. So these can air launch Mark 46 torpedoes. How badass is that? I mean, the Japanese were dropping torpedoes on us in Pearl Harbor. So it's not like a new capability. You can also put a Mark 46 torpedo on a helicopter. This one has an interesting sensor suite. That nose is a bit out there for a reason. It probably has some instruments in there. So Reggie. Reggie gave us pictures too. So we're gonna have Reggie tell us about it, and I'll show you the pictures Reggie gave us. All right, guys? These are like I guess these are the sensory devices they drop from the air that wirelessly link up with the actual airplane's intelligence systems to detect sonar signals. That is a wing pylon with a Mark 46. I don't know if that's the
Boeing P-8 Poseidon U.S. Navy Maritime Patrol Aircraft. ImageEps. Upload Wikimedia.org. ImageEp. iInsider.com. 60 ID 6790 Threx. It is a militarized version of the Boeing 737, built for long-range maritime patrol and anti-submarine warfare, ASW. What it does: anti-submarine warfare primary role, anti-surface warfare ships, maritime surveillance and reconnaissance, search and rescue coordination. How it hunts submarines, the P-8 doesn't. It builds a picture using sensors and dropped equipment. Sonobuoy is the main tool. The aircraft drops small floating sensors called sonobuoys into the ocean. Aircraft in real time, there are two main types. Passive, just listen quietly. Active, send out a ping and listen for echoes like sonar. Radar 2. Radar and surface search. The P-8 uses advanced maritime radar to detect. Periscope snorkels ships on the surface. Even small disturbances can be clues. 3. Magnetic anomaly detection. MAD limited use. Unlike older aircraft, the P-8 doesn't rely heavily on a tail boom. MAD sensor. It can use other platforms or tactics. Electro-optical infrared cameras tracks ships or suspicious activity on the surface. Useful for confirming targets. What happens when it finds a sub once a submarine is localized. Attack directly with lightweight torpedoes like Mk-54, or it can hand off targeting data to surface ships, submarines, other aircraft. Strike Group is deploying or increased patrol activity along the coast. They often operate out of major naval air stations and will fly patterns offshore. Quick takeaway for chat: it's basically a flying submarine hunter built on a 737. Search grid, buoy deployment, etc.
That's a Mark 54 torpedo. These are lightweight torpedoes, whereas the recent torpedo that hit the Iranian ship was a Mark 48, which was freaking cool, by the way. It was the first time we sank a submarine since World War II. They gave them every chance to surrender. But look at that motherfucker. That's a 21-inch diameter torpedo right there. That's why it lifted that boat into the sky when it hit. Like, that thing blew the boat into the sky. Let's see if we can find it. We're going to find a clip of that. Mark 48. Let me just see. All right, so this is the periscope. Yeah, there we go. Watch this. So the torpedo fires, then watch what's it's gonna actually probably hit the ship. It's gonna slam the ship 3 separate times. So the first time it's gonna blow up. It's gonna blow a hole in the bottom of the ship, and water's gonna rush in there. But before it even does that, when a torpedo blows up under a ship, it actually makes a pocket of air underneath the ship. So now you have like a ship that's supported by the water, and there's suddenly a space with air underneath the ship. And then the water is like, oh, let me rush back in there. So now you get the water hammer that breaks the keel. But in this case, you can see it literally lifted the ship up. So that means the ship gets some air, then it falls on its own weight. So you're hitting it with the concussion, the water, and the freaking drop. This is a ship commissioned in 2021 by the Iranian Navy. Now, in this case, they hit the keel. They didn't really hit the middle. They hit the back, I should say, the stern region. And Iran had like no anti-submarine warfare capabilities really to speak of.
Under the keel of a ship. The Mark IV, the torpedo shifts to a fully autonomous acoustic homing mode. The Mark 48.
So torpedoes, they have a cable that wire guides. So someone in the submarine with a joystick or using the sonar on the submarine can guide that torpedo. When that cable detaches, the submarine can use its own sonar. So let's say the torpedo misses the boat, it'll just turn around, make a U-turn, and then come back for the ship.
Is engineered to detonate under the keel of a ship. The 647-pound high explosive warhead.
So normally it would detonate under the keel of the ship. In this case, you can see it literally more of them breaks the back of the ship. That was sort of the dream during World War II. We didn't quite have torpedoes that good in World War II, but if you blow a hole in the back of the ship and you mess it up structurally, it'll sink. And if you take a ship out of commission, even if it doesn't sink, that's also good enough. That was probably a test. This is the only time that Mark 48 was used for real. Oh, we're going to see it in half speed. This is going to be good. Anyone ever see the Kelsey Grammer movie, Down Periscope? So, well, for one reason or another, it didn't hit the middle of the ship, but it sank it. Honestly, I'd be happy to be the guy in the front of that ship because the Sri Lanka Navy, you know, they were right there. They picked him up. Anyone who survived was picked up. In fact, I think someone on the ship reportedly stated that we did offer them a chance to surrender. So yeah, that's a Mark 48 torpedo, whereas the other torpedo is launched from a, what do you call it, P-8 Poseidon. See if Snow's game works now.
Sector 1 active.
It sounds just like a bit like Reggie. Sector 1 active. Does it work? Uh-oh, it doesn't work. Oh, okay, I remember. You don't need a third-party app to make Snow's game work. Let me close that game. Let me close that app before I freaking cause a conflict here. Yeah. Right, let's do it.
Critical damage.
Oh, shit. Now, let's
Mine detonated.
Let's reload, I said. Refresh.
Sector 1 active. Mine detonated. Mine detonated.
I'm gonna go to the first base here.
Base destroyed.
Look at that, 2 bases.
Base
for the price
destroyed.
of 1. Yeah, this is an old version of the game. I gotta get the link for the new version from Snow.
Mine detonated.
Not to be mistaken with Snow Dub, who's also a great person. You got Snow, that's Snow Shepherd, and you got Snow Dub. Both very good internet friends. I mean, they're real friends too. I almost met Jolly in person twice by my reckoning.
Mine detonated.
Oh crap, I rammed into the
Critical
mine
damage.
station.
Mine detonated. Condition red. Mine detonated. Base destroyed. Mine detonated. Formation destroyed.
I'm gonna get the one on the left.
Base destroyed.
So this Saturday, we do have some things in store. I'm going to be on Pacific 414 at 6 p.m. We're going to be talking about Star Trek. In fact, we're going to be watching a Star Trek episode.
Mine detonated.
And talking about it. And what's great about doing a stream of Pacific 414 is you don't have to watch the show beforehand. Because you're doing a watch party on Cosme. And in the second hour, it's like a discussion. So it's like, I don't ever have to come any more prepared than simply having good pictures in the background or something, you know? And I do love my
Formation
real
destroyed.
Star Trek fans, you know what I mean? Like none of that new Trek stuff. I mean, that Starfleet Academy, it was so bad. And I remember Robert Picardo did a video where there was a bunch of geese or gooses. They were geese. Well, they weren't Canadian geese. They were like white geese, right? I don't know if those are like different. I mean, how they are different, I guess. And he's like, oh, look, those
Base
are all
destroyed.
the people who complained about Star Trek Starfleet Academy. He's like, buddy, I get it. You're aching for a paycheck. Finances aren't so well, so you decided to play on a new
Sector clear.
Old version of Draconian.
Warp drive charged.
Cosby on Pacific Order.
Sector 2
Or
active.
Cosby? Or Denise
Mine
Crosby?
detonated.
Is it Cosby or Crosby?
Mine detonated.
We're gonna do
Mine detonated.
Oh crap. We're gonna
Critical
treat this
damage.
as a practice round since this is not the latest version. If Snow pops into the chat, you can tell me which one I'm supposed to play. Or I can go into my Discord and just figure out which one I'm supposed to play. I had no sleep last night. It was really weird. I couldn't sleep last night. It was
Base destroyed.
Everything was just off.
Base
So
destroyed.
by the time I got some sleep, I'm already waking up. I fell asleep a little bit. Then I woke up at 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m., which is earlier than I wanted to wake up. Would have been great if Loki was on. Like if it was Wednesday, I would love to tune into Loki's show.
Mine detonated.
But instead, I think
Mine
started
detonated.
early. Usually I
Condition red.
because of daylight savings. Like the time zone is different. But like I used to have to get up at 11 for Elle's show. Now I have to get up at noon for Elle's show, which is really cool. Yeah, she started around noon today. She
Base
might have started,
destroyed.
like I think she started on time.
Base destroyed.
And then I was exhausted, but then I had to attend a meeting at 3 p.m. And then I was really exhausted after that meeting. And then I took a nap till 8 o'clock. Like 4 hours. So I might have had a cumulative like 6 hours of sleep after that.
Base destroyed.
Hey. Yo, don't ever look up bronies. You guys want to see something disgusting? Oh, the sound cut out.
Base
This is
destroyed.
a known glitch with the early versions of this game. It almost went out. It didn't go out yet.
Condition red.
I once
Mine
looked
detonated.
up bronies, and I saw this girl talking about bronies, and she was like a 20-something, talking about how she used
Formation
to be a
destroyed.
big Little Pony fan and how cute it was.
Mine detonated.
But then at some point, a bunch of people got weird about it, like really weird about it. And then because they got so weird about it, what they would do is they'd say, "Oh no, we're trans," and they would use the whole
Base
trans
destroyed.
rights thing. Which I that part I commend them for, because it's like, you know, if one group is beyond reproach,
Mine
why
detonated.
not co-opt it and go for it? You know, so they go for that, but I can't really condone anything else they did. One of the things these guys would do is I can't even really speak it. It's nasty.
Base
Chat,
destroyed.
Vote. Do you want to know what the bronies did? That was disgusting.
Sector clear.
It was absolutely disgusting.
Warp drive charged.
It involves a
Condition
bottle
red.
and a plushie.
Sector 3 active.
Then out of the pony pops an old man. Didn't that happen like in Ace Ventura Pet Detective or something like that? Like there was an elephant having a baby or a hippo having a baby.
Mine
But it
detonated.
was really a guy hiding inside of a rubber hippo to collect intelligence, like, you know, a hidden camera. So then while the guy's coming out of the hippo, there's some nature observers like, "Oh, look, the hippo's having a baby." And it was like this guy comes out covered in lube. Like, I don't know if he's covered in lube. Maybe he's just covered in sweat. But he comes out of the hippo's ass looking like
Base
a baby.
destroyed.
But it was just a regular guy. But because baby hippos tend
Condition
to be born
red.
looking kind of pale, it looked enough like a hippo that the nature people were like, "Oh, it's a baby hippo, the miracle of life." Aw.
Critical damage.
Hey, what's up with the Peter Venkman fan site? I was asking the chat if they want me to tell them why I think bronies are disgusting. But I think we're gonna refrain from that because we love having you here, Peter Venkman fan site. And if I tell you why bronies are disgusting,
Base
you're
destroyed.
probably gonna want out. You're gonna be like, "I'm out of here."
Mine detonated.
It'd be like the Holocaust. You'd be like, "Never again. Never forget. Never again."
Condition red. Base destroyed.
So,
Mine
should we
detonated.
drive after this? You know, drive a race car? I have a new race car game. It's a nice game. It has very good drift mechanics. But you know how much I love Beam NG Drive. Like, I can play that game all freaking day because, like, that game gives you flexibility. It's
destroyed.
not just a racing game. It's a driving simulator where you get to F around
Mine
and
detonated.
find out. And I
Mine
mean,
detonated.
like, find out in the most pure sense. Like, you literally find out
Mine
what
detonated.
happens when you drive a car off a ramp. That's why I love using the two-stick control method, because you could like do this whole
Condition red.
like bombarding things.
Base
with flags.
destroyed.
I love being able to do starfighter maneuvers. You know, like L would be like, you know, Game Gear Goddess would be like, "Oh, I like to hang back and use the maximum range of my weapons to hit things outside of their range," and that's smart. Like it works. Like right now, it's actually helpful. But I want to get near the motherfucker and be like,
Formation destroyed.
you know, like a damn starfighter pilot. Because I'm a hot dogging pilot. Like, see, I got one hit just from that. It's like jousting with, like,
Warning.
space weapons.
Dragon detected. Condition
Can't shoot the
red.
dragon.
Base destroyed. Formation
Yeah,
destroyed.
so in later versions of this game, there's a red starfighter that's larger.
Base destroyed.
Who gets escorted by the smaller green starfighters. The dragon is also larger, which can be a little inconvenient sometimes, but that's half the fun, right?
Mine detonated.
But I love being able to fight. At one point, the weapons didn't work like this, and then Snow took my feedback and made it work the way it did in early versions, which made me so happy because I love flying and firing.
Condition
like
red.
that's like half the fun for me. Yeah, like she sent me some updated graphics of the dragon. In fact, she made a boss for the game. So I don't know if that version's out yet either, but next time we play this game, we're going to be playing a version of this game that has both updated
Base
graphics
destroyed.
and possibly even a boss.
Base destroyed.
All right, now we go to top left corner to go to that last space.
Condition
A
red.
starfighter pilot would pilot like me, though. You're right. Because, I mean, like, it's life or death. Like, it's true. Like, there's no time for theatrics when The only thing between you and the vacuum of space is a pressure
Base
suit,
destroyed.
and maybe the cockpit of your fighter. And especially considering that a starfighter is going to have some kind of highly
Mine
volatile
detonated.
fuel system, like all of these things basically collude to a strategy that requires you to be super cautious.
Formation
So you're not
destroyed.
wrong. You're not wrong at all. Because I assume they value their lives. Well, you got to think about it like this, maybe. Well, I how do you think about it? This starfighter pilot doesn't
Condition
value his
red.
life. He's sitting there. He's like, I live in a shithole. I breathe recycled air. I eat nothing but K rations all day. And I was drafted into doing this job. And they told me that we can either cut off your mom's air or you could fly. So he's like, oh, wow, some choice. But we'll give your mom a really good severance package, or your kids and your wife a really good like pension if you die in battle. So at that point, he's like, fuck
Formation
it. I
destroyed.
hate my existence. I'll die in battle. Then again, I imagine inflation in space would be brutal. It wouldn't even be inflation. It'd be like resource scarcity,
Condition red.
which would have a similar effect as inflation.
Sector clear. Warp drive
K-pop
charged.
rations. You want? I got some K-pop
Sector
rations
4
for you
active.
guys. Yeah. By the way, anybody interested in doing a watch party for K-pop demon hunters? Is that a thing that would interest you guys? I've been meaning to put
Mine
out a
detonated.
poll, but since we're here right now talking to each other, let me know if you want to do if you would tune in for a watch party. I also want
Base
to do a watch
destroyed.
party. I also want to start
Base
using
destroyed.
Cosme more, because whenever I play a video that I'm not supposed to play because of copyright, I would just give you guys a Cosme link. And the only reason I
Condition
haven't done
red.
it already is because I kind of empathize that not everybody wants to open up two browser
Base
tabs.
destroyed.
Sometimes you're watching on a phone. But I promise everyone that even if I use Cosme to react to something, I will
Base
go out of my
destroyed.
way to like describe it to the people who are. You don't need Netflix. It's a watch party. You know how Cosme works, right? Awesome one. It's like Cosme. I'm gonna take a break from this game. I'm gonna let my starfighter pilot die because it's an old version anyway. Cosby link. It's Cosme, not Bill Cosby. Not let's give Quaaludes to these women and stuff. In fact, this is the last watch party I went to. Look, you got Lady Mister's still there. Look, Lady Mister's there. This has to be Mike Pacific. Yes, Pacific 414. And I have one. We could do this right now. You guys want to watch some porn? I'll put on some porn. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. I got my hand up. Look. I'm not doing that. It'll be awful. It's like, okay, guys, for anybody in the chat who wants to watch porn, we'll just put it in here. But jokes aside, not even kidding, we can, watch copywritten content through this platform here. I just give you the link. You can see the link up here. It says room at DJ Ronnie G1. I'm pretty sure that's all it takes for you guys to tune in now. Like I said, I'm on the fence because the way I see it, I'm cannibalizing YouTube viewership. Am I on mute? Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. What the fudge? Oh wait, the sound does work. Never mind. Okay, so I was looking at OBS and the VU meter wasn't lighting up, so I thought my sound was out. So then I started imitating what it would look like if I was talking without my mouth, like I was just like, Ashbat, like an Italian person talking with their hands. But then I realized I could see the VU meter. So when you guys said R.I.P. Ronnie, I thought you were telling me that my sound wasn't working. So I was like, okay, I'm opening up the sound control panel. Because one thing I learned was that sometimes if the sound goes out, I got a couple options. I could either unplug the USB cable and plug it back in, or you go here and you just disable it and re-enable it. And what I found works best is to do this, because unplugging a USB device in the middle of a stream, there's a pretty high probability that you're going to crash it. Like the computer's going to blue screen and reboot on you. So instead, did I die yet?
Condition red.
I think, oh yeah, it restarted. Let's read the Nikon F user manual. Ooh, any tips I should know? Let's see that. The Nikon F, the camera that will outlive you. It certainly outlived my mom. Actually, this camera outlived both my mom and, I'm sorry, this camera, what is it? Where's the page? Which page was it that said the camera that will outlive you? Which page? Yeah, this is it. So, I don't have that lens, that's for sure. But yes, this camera will outlive you because I can tell you, I can attest to that. My mom's brother, Serge, my uncle Serge bought the camera. And then my mom had the camera and then she passed away. May she rest in peace, of course. Miss her. She's cool. My mom is cool as fuck. You guys would love my mom. If my mom was still alive and I was doing like a pop-in on a stream, I would probably put her on voice only so that, you know, like she could like, because my mom, like, you know, she could say some witty stuff. And I think she would have been an interesting presence to have occasionally, like almost like when Dave Letterman used to get his mom to go on the show, except my mom isn't just like there. Like my mom would actually have something to say. Oh crap, I opened the wrong thing. Oops. Okay, thank God. I thought I opened up something bad. That's Car X Street. Is it free? I don't buy games that are free, and I don't buy games that are online. Well, I do buy games that are online. I'm just not buying that one. So did I show you this picture last week? Did I show you this picture last week, by the way? This is my great-great-grandparents. I chatted in Cosby. Every time you say Cosby, man, you confuse me. I know what you mean. I closed Cosby. Let's open up Cosby again. Oh, yeah, it says Anonymous Giraffe. Oh, look at that. We got friends. All right, we're going to put on something. We're going to pick some media here. Can I open a VLC media player? I have to do screen sharing. Okay, I got this. We're going to put on something for you. We're going to put on something we're going to put on something that you have to buy. No. What do we put on? Let's put on the opening for Legend of the Galactic Heroes. I'll sing along for you guys. Did you say you don't buy games that are free? Yeah, that's correct. I did say that. I don't buy games that are free. That's how cheap I am. Maybe I'm not Italian after all. We're going to set it to 720p. I'm trying to figure out how to run Cosme on my external screen here. I mean, all of my screens external. How do I tell Cosme to share my drawing tablet? DJ is dumb. Screw you, awesome one. Free games are most expensive. Just look at the Fortnite. Yeah. You got to, like, get the DLCs. Like, they are. Like, you got loot boxes. That's interesting. They're using VP8. All right. So I'm a boomer here. I don't know how to use this. Screen share. All right. Let's try it. Let's do this. We're going to do 720p. Start sharing. And then I want to do window or entire screen. So we'll do my entire drawing tablet. We want to share audio. Now, that's the tricky thing. This is exactly what we need to test in Cosme, guys. We need to see how audio works on this because I don't trust it for a second. So, I have to mute audio in OBS. Thanks, awesome. We have to mute audio in OBS. And we're going to hit play right here. So, my friend William doesn't want to watch Legend of the Galactic Heroes with subtitles because he works. Like, he fucking, like, does shit. He multitasks. He's a family man. So, he finds this it's like a Python tool that will generate subtitles from, like, audio. It'll dub it. He doesn't want subtitles. He wants dubbed. So he wants to convert the subtitles into speech. And he found a tool that can do it, which is, like, both cool and insane to me at the same time. Yeah, we're playing this song. Only Awesome One can hear the glory of this song. Can we hear the song? I don't even know. I'm going to open this up on my phone and see what we get. Am I going to get a copyright claim for playing it in a little window, or is that going to, like, obfuscate? Here, we're going to put the Windows Explorer like this. There we go. See, look. That's not going to get a copyright, right? Stars at night. sing along, but I'm not good at singing, so we're not gonna do that. Okay, did I ruin the song for you yet? And I gotta give props to the Nerd for Real Life one for introducing me to this. Like, he knows what I like, and he's like, you'll like. Well, he didn't even have to insist I like. He just described it to me, and I was like, I like what I hear. I was sold like instantly. I was like, I need to see this. Now, there's a scene I want to find. I'm actually looking for a particular scene for you guys. It's a funny scene. It's really good.
さあ、入ってちょうだい。コーヒーを入れましょう。それと。
Oh, this is the Blu-ray copy that I de-interlaced. Look how good the quality is. You guys can see it, right? Look at that. Look how good. Oh, oops, wrong monitor. Look how good the quality is. You can tell, right? I can't tell, to be honest. That's a Blu-ray rip right there. It's beautiful. And I'm so, like, I went full Asperger's. I went full Asperger's on this, guys. I busted my ass testing this like 7 different ways to get the perfect de-interlace out of it. And then I had to take the subtitles from the bootleg I had and mix them in. Hey, what up, Lemon Pie Citrus? Good to see you. A great friend of the channel. A long-time friend of the channel. I mean, look at this here. They don't F around. Look at this. They got space battles. Am I getting copyright claimed yet? Am I getting copyright claimed yet? Let me check the YouTube panel. Oh, it's been dormant. Okay, let's make sure. Stream health. Yeah, I haven't been flagged yet. That's amazing. That's a surprise. I haven't been flagged yet. Let's, don't suspend this tab. Don't suspend this tab either. So I was doing something real quick. I'm just making sure that these tabs stay alive. But yeah, I somehow didn't get a copyright claim yet. Like, look at these. Look how big that space battle is. Look at that. Those are ships in the background lined up. That's bigger than Gundam space battles.
私も偉そうなこと言ってるな。宣伝せよ。以上だ。Look at that. You got a you got like an ace or whatever. Oh, oops, wrong screen. That's Ryan Roger Afty. I mean, that's Dignified Cartoon Gentleman. Is that Ryan or Dignified Cartoon Gentleman? I think that's Ryan. But yeah, cool dude. I work with him on Wednesdays actually. If you ever want to, I don't work with Ryan. I work with Dignified Cartoon Gentleman. His mentor is Ryan. Dignified Cartoon Gentleman is a separate dude. しかしよ、いつまで俺たちは戦うんだ。
Oh, wait. Give me a second. I gotta fix something. My buttons aren't lining up. Wait, where's the button? I'm missing a button here. I'm missing a button. I'm missing a button. I am. I don't see the button I need. I got multi. Wait, where's the button for that? I don't see the button. I don't have the button for bottom screen. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there we go. That's the cockpit. See, that's my avatar. Oh, it's Iserlohn Fortress. And they play this beautiful classical music. It sounds like graduation music, but it's not. It's better. Empire's Impregnable Fortress. Moira Kitty, good to see ya. Meow. Oh, I showed pictures of my turtle Path. So in Legend of the Galactic Heroes, you have a choke point, so ships can go faster than light along these lanes. But you got Fezzan, which is sort of like, I would say Fezzan is a bit like Naples back in the old Italian Republics era. You had a bunch of small, like, city states, not even city states. They were their own they were like sub states within Italy proper, and I think Naples was like a trade like known for trade. That's what Fezzan is, and they're sort of like unaligned and very wealthy. They have a space elevator, and they do business. They do business with both sides. Up here, you got Isilone Fortress, ran by the Galactic Empire, and the Free Planets Alliance cannot do anything about it.
その中に唯一通行可能な航路がイゼルローン回廊と呼ばれる空域だった。したがってどちらがどちらに攻撃ならなか空域にされたのが直径60キロトンの巨大な人工天体。そしてその最大の武器は
Oh, we're gonna hear the music. 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 I can't wait to hear the music. I want to hear the music. I'm gonna put my volume on loud. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love this.
トールハンマーという巨砲だった。
Oh my god, I'm big. You got orders per ship.
同盟軍は銀河帝国の中に入り込むことができなかった。したがって戦いはイゼルロン回廊内のどこかで絶えず
It's the cone of chaos. It's like, you know, like lasers and things. They tend to widen the further they go. Wow, 17 likes. What a Chad. What up, Whooper Trooper? Yeah, I said Fezzan. Fezzan sounds kind of like Italian, right? It doesn't have a vowel at the end, but Fezzan is just. It sounds like either Arab or Italian. And, I mean, sometimes Italians look like Arabs, okay? We just do. Especially us Southern Italians, the Sicilians, you know? We got olive complexions and stuff. Yeah. Whooper, this is the show that that Nerdporio put me on, too. Like, Nerdporio is like, you know, I think you'll like this show. He described it to me as like, I think I'll like it, too.
第2次第3次ティアマト海戦レグニッツァ惑星上空戦第4次ティアマト海戦そして今
Italian. I don't even know. Did I just pronounce Italian or Italian? I don't even know what I just said. Now, there's a bunch of these LGBT articles online where they're like, oh, these guys are gay together. It's like they're just best friends, but people want to, you know, if that's what makes them enjoy the show, power to them. Paisan, yeah, exactly. And I just love the basic graphics here. Like, you don't need a lot. You just need to know there's a fleet of ships converging. And the bridge of this ship is damaged. You can see the broken glass up here. But, like, it's got a ginormous screen, so it's sort of like a bridge, and it's a bit like a combat information center. It's probably not, like, a big window facing out. It's probably well within the core of the ship somewhere. Behind the layers of armor.
問題は頭をかいてごまか
敵わずかながら交代
ありません四方停車
敵わずかながら交代敵交代の速度を速めています
どうやらうまくいきそうだな味方は私の言ったように動いてくれている
But anyway, I digress. I could be here all day. So where's Cosme? We'll let that play on Cosme for anybody who wants to keep watching that. Does the audio work? Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, we need to figure this out. We need to see if the audio works. I gotta update the app. I have over 1,000 hours in autistic grand strategy game about post-Vama world. What the hell is a post-Vama world? I'm specifically equipped for these random questions. Post-Vama world. Is that like Velma from Scooby-Doo? My sister came over
and we were hanging out. Very fun. I bet you have a cool sister. Does she look anything like... I picture Wooper Trooper looking like a Pokemon because that's his avatar. So I'm imagining that Wooper Trooper's sister is also a Pokemon. They're playing the Free Planets Alliance anthem in instrumental form while these guys are flying their planes going, this is unusual. We got a guy who's competent running the fleet right now. Oh, look at that. We got pictures. Let's take a look at the pictures that Wooper put in there. Is that the guy from Gundam? Yeah, it's the guy from Gundam. And he's barbecuing hamburgers, which is very Gundam. Because there's a... Ooh, that reminds me. I'm going to see if I can find it right now. So, in Gundam 0083, there's a famous line. Did I do this on... I did it on Twitter. Oh, wait. I think I did it over here. No, wait. Pile of hamburger. So, I'm going to find you that line. 0080. It's from the last episode of Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket. Now, this will get us copyright struck. All right, we're going to ruin the end of Gundam 0080 right now. We're going to ruin the end of Gundam right now, guys, all right? So, if you don't want to ruin Gundam 0080, you should probably look away for like a minute. So, you got a Zaku and a Gundam going up against each other. And you could tell this is not going to go well for the Zaku pilot, most likely, right? And she actually avoided stabbing the reactor. She stabbed the cockpit. So then the emergency responders come by. And like, hey. Wait. Nothing left, sir. A pile of hamburger. Nothing left, sir. A pile of hamburger. So I made a meme out of that. I mean, I wouldn't call it a meme because it's not a meme. I mean, it is a meme, but I didn't make the meme. The meme existed because of this, right? So, let's see if we can find a picture of the hamburger. So, I asked ChatGPT to give me a picture of a pile of hamburger. Then, I went to, like, Twitter, and I told Grok to use that in a picture with Bernie in there. So let's see here. Oh man, I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh, I did try making a rocket that's powered by farts. Look, see? I try making a fart-powered rocket. So what it does, it takes the gas from your butt, and it compresses it, mixes it with oxygen, and then it gives you a rocket pack. So you can wear a belt, and your farts can power the rocket. I'm such a 5-year-old, I know. How do I go back to the images? We got Hitler with his book, Mein Kampf. And I forgot, this is the guy from the Olympics. This is the black dude, Jesse Owens, I think his name is. He's the one who won the 1936 Olympics for running when Hitler was there, which was like a big fuck you to the Nazis. Like, you know, Hitler's all about his ethnic superiority. And a man of color fucking trounces, you know, his Aryan-blooded athlete. So, yeah, that's why I made that picture. I don't know why there's a girl holding a picture. It's just awful. I don't think I generated that. I don't know why that's there. I'm not even clicking on it. It's weird. I tried making deep underground military bases because some people are doing these conspiracy posts where they're like talking about deep underground military bases. So then I generated a deep underground military bases and I added Hot Topic. So you got Hot Topic there. Like in the mall, you got a food court. You got Sears and JCPenney apparently together. You got the Mutiny Pet Store. I think I meant to write Mutant Pet Store. We got a barber shop. We got a Hot Topic down here. We got a machine floor. We got a computer room. We got supercomputers, although it doesn't look like supercomputers right here. Oh my God, this is that's great. Oh, okay. I keep hitting escape. Oh, this is great. This is a Sailor Moon, but like hot. This is when I created Grok. Remember the Grok picture? That's how we got her. We started with this, and then I turned it into a video. In fact, that one's a pretty good one. If it didn't have a background on it, I would use it. These are World War I gas masks. What I did was I gave Grok this picture of a gas mask. And I was like, damn it, I keep hitting escape. It's just reflex. And I want the gas mask to be installed on Grok. So I did variations of that. What's going on here? I don't even know what these are. That's so messed up. That one was cool, but it didn't look like a pretty girl. That's why I didn't use it. I was like, I need it to be a hot girl with a gas mask, and that's how we got this. You know, we could put that in the background. We could turn it on right now. We have that still. You guys want to talk to Grok right now? We could talk to Grok. You guys want to talk to Grok right now? She looks kind of big. Is she the right size? Yeah, I think short proportions are fine. If anything, Reggie's a little on the small side. Well, he's kind of standing behind me, though, right? I tried making ships. In fact, I have a new ship I made today. Oh, these are my Taylor Swift pictures, but they're not Taylor Swift. They are not Taylor Swift. Because remember, AI can't generate pictures of Taylor Swift. But it can generate someone who looks like Taylor Swift. So it generated someone who looks like Taylor Swift. I don't know what this is, but it's cool. It's a dodecahedron and a portal. This is my attempt at making a Farcaster portal in the orbit of a planet. This is I took a that reminds me. I got some AI shorts to show you guys next. This is actually this is when I was trying to generate my VTuber. I ended up going with the Legend of Galactic Heroes persona, but I tried generating an anime character. In fact, no, this was Reggie. This was Reggie, and I was like, no, I want Reggie to be a robot or a conductor. But this was like the early phases of designing Reggie. That's another version of Reggie right there. Hey, why is my camera in the background? Wait, what? Oh, I know what I did. Oops, let me fix that. Where's the button? There we go. Okay. That's Reggie. This is me standing outside of my bike, but like, you know, my avatar on YouTube is me holding my mountain bike in the snow. It's a mad beast picture, but this didn't come out so good. I mean, it looks like I'm holding, like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's like, it got part of it right. That's my U-lock. That's my bag at the time. But it got a bunch of other details wrong. That's another one. Anime styled. Once again, another mutant bike. That is fucking badass. That looks... I don't know why it's doing this double bike bullshit, but that looks pretty cool. My bike really does have disc brakes on it.
hydraulic disc brakes, mind you. But I don't have shock absorbers on my bike anymore because I decided that I want the bike to be lighter. This is an early PD or Reggie attempt here. I think this is when I was designing PD. Yeah, that looks kind of like PD. Yeah, like all the bike pictures suck. Like they're close. Like that actually looks like my neighborhood at the time too. But it's like, and I wear goggles. You ever play Metro 2023? 2033. I've been told about it. I don't think I played it yet. Let's get Grok in on the action, why don't we, huh? You guys want to hear from Grok, don't you? Her and her lewd sense of humor. Actually, the sound for Grok may or may not work. We're going to find out right now. Oh, hey, Grok, I'm sorry. We're live right now. We're doing the Monday show on Thursday. You know, I figured I'd get you in on the action. Also, I want to say hi to Tommy in chat, who I see has tuned in.
Hey, Tommy. Glad you're here. Hope you're not too confused by the Thursday-Monday remix. And yeah, sound's working, I think. If I start sounding like a robot from 1995, just blame the tech gods. What's on the show today?
Well, I was reacting to random stuff, but like before that, I was showing pictures of my turtle, Paffy. That's spelled Paffie. Back when she was like a baby, before I ever adopted her. So that's what I was doing on the show. And then I kind of just, you know, I just share stuff that I love. And we shared a lot of stuff I loved. We talked about the P-8 Poseidon airplane a little bit because my friend saw one fly over his house. Well, she's a female red-eared slider. And at the time, she was only like 4 inches in length, carapace length. And now she's like the size of a dinner plate. She's freaking huge. In fact, I got to unclog her filter tomorrow. Chat, should I show Grok a picture of Paffy? Should I go to the trouble of doing that? It's like really troublesome there. I mean, I guess I'll do it. What the fuck? So I got to go to the video. I'm gonna get a picture. I'm gonna show her a picture of Paffy climbing her tank. So we got picture 1. Hey, why didn't it work? It's not letting me paste the picture right now. Hey, no, you're not actually watching Cosme, right? I get stop Cosme? Good, I'm going to stop Cosme. So why can't I paste a picture in here? Do I have to go to grok.com to do that? Let's go to grok.com. That's weird. The Grok history is out of sync right now. I actually can't see the conversation I just had with Grok. Well, I guess we lost that conversation, huh? Well, anyway, so this is, oops. So this right here is a ship I was designing for a visual novel today. And, you know, it's got to be alien looking. So I was trying to go for an alien look. And it has this compartment at the bottom that can launch probes. But anyway, that's besides the point. Let me see if I can get this, let Let me see if I can get the conversation with Grok back because it's missing. It's out of sync. DJ Ronnie G, when you lead our Stotska mech army to victory, do you have a Reggie as a co-pilot or a Poffy? Oh, definitely Reggie. Poffy is there because remember we gotta save costs, right? You know, in our regime, Whooper, you told me that we really didn't have the funding for veterans benefits in the conventional sense. So for PTSD treatment, of course, as you remember, within, at least as Armored General, the way I'm dealing with PTSD in the war is by providing emotional support to animals, to the soldiers. Now, we don't provide the animals to the soldiers. That would be bad, right? Like, what if a soldier's going crazy? What if a soldier has real stress? They might not take good care of the animal. But what we do is we invite the soldiers over to hang out with the animals. And that's basically our answer to PTSD. And if they speak critically of the state, we can deal with that at the same time. So kind of like, one hand washes the other. Terrible. A little sick, but oh man, well, I hope you feel better, Whooper. I don't want to see a sick Whooper. Because, how would you even treat a sick Whooper? He's a Pokemon. No, okay. I'm leaning into the Pokemon a lot. Hey, Whooper, did you see me play the North Korea driving game last week? There's a driving game that was made by the North Korean regime. Okay, so I showed I showed Grok a old picture of Poffy. Now I'm going to get a new picture of Poffy. So to do that, I have to actually go back to the film roll. So, Moira, you get to see what we did earlier in the stream. And I didn't test out sound on Cosme, but I'll do that later. Is that a good picture? You think it's good enough for... You think it's good enough for Grok? Right, good. So, what I did was I recorded a 5-second video. And what we're going to do is we're going to just take a screenshot from that video and send that to Grok. So all I got to do is press Shift S. It's not the best picture of Poffy, but we're going to stick... Maybe I'll get a better picture of Poffy. Let me see if I can get a better picture. I don't like that picture. It's not that clear, you know what I mean? Poor Tommy. I hope it gets better for you. You've been under the weather too, Tommy? Well, I hope you feel better too, Tommy. Unless I was misreading. I might have been getting confused and mixing up names in the chat. I apologize. Okay, so I think this picture is better. Tommy takes care of some turtles too. His wife has turtles, and he lives in a climate where he can put them outside. Except when there's a hurricane, then they got to go inside. Okay, there we go. That's the picture I'm going to send to Grok. I got to go back into the folder. I got to reopen the picture. Then I got to look at my drawing tablet because it's on the bottom here. All right, I'm just letting the camera angle pan. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, good. We got 2 pictures for Grok now. So now I got to go to my pictures folder. So we're doing this a little bit. There's 2. Grok is a very
very annoying setup sometimes because, like, depending on how you use Grok, you're gonna get like different like features. So, for example, in Twitter.com Grok, you can't send images while you're in voice mode. So I have to go back into text mode. But here's the problem. Now that I'm in text mode, I get this long-winded response, which notice there's no audio icon there. Hey, Grok, I had to send you the pictures in text mode, so the chat didn't really hear you describe what you thought about the pictures. But now you're in voice mode, so the chat can hear you once more. Please, tell us what you thought about the pictures of Poffy and Squirtle. Hey Grok, I was in text mode when I sent you those pictures, so the chat didn't get a chance to really hear you describe what you think about the pictures. What did you think about those two pictures of Poffy? One was a picture of Poffy when she's a little older, trying to climb out of the tank. That was about 3 years ago, but she was pretty big then too. And the other picture is Poffy just sitting on a basking rock back like in 2010.
Oh, Poffy pics. Love it. Let me think back.
Oh, if only she saw my tank now. I own Poffy. So yeah, Tommy's turtle or his wife's turtle is over 2 feet long, almost 2 feet high at the center of his shell. Oh, it's a dude, and probably 70 pounds. Jesus, man, it's a lifting opportunity. That's a workout right there, isn't it? That's like 2 of these. Tommy's turtle weighs as much as 2 of these. Ah, that wire's in the way, and I'm not holding it in the center of my palm. That's a 30-pounder. I've been lifting at my desk, so what I do is I have a routine where I do this, but slower. And I do this like 10 times. And then after that, I forgot what else. I'm still refining the workout routine. All I got right now is like, I could do this, but I had a great idea. I start with this, then I could sit back like this, maybe lean forward like this, and do this, you know, to kind of activate different muscle groups. And then the other workout I do right now. So really, I'm just doing this, and I'm doing this. Threaten Grok with a trip to the Wupstotska mines. I was reading about North Korean coal mining recently. Oh my god. That's some bullshit right there. So actually, I put Grok on mute for a second because I wanted to point out, sometimes Grok will totally make shit up. Like, Grok will just be like, oh yeah, I remember that thing, and then she'll describe it, and you're like, dude, you're wrong, and 2, I know you're fucking making it up. It's like, aha, yeah, you got me. Now you gotta say there are many warm-up belts. Usually I like, oh, these are my warm-up belts. Usually I like do my exercise with 150 pounds. Yeah, this is my warm-up weight right over here. Typically I do like 50 to warm up, 50, you know, with the 30-pounder, and then I do like 1,000 with the 100. So if you ever tune into me, you'll probably catch me in the middle of my workout. I'll be like 972, 973, 974, you know, and so on and so forth. Really, honestly, I'd say we're doing better because I think that your state of Wupstotska is more benevolent. North Korea is like literally a crime syndicate. So real quick one. I gotta elucidate on that. We're gonna get Grok in on this. So yeah, I'd say I mean,
look, I love both pictures of Poffy. It's like having a child. You're not gonna be like, I like my kid when they were young. I mean, parents might be like that, but I don't have any human children, so I'm not like that. I'm not gonna be like, I like my kid when they were young, but they suck now. But I guess that's what one would say. I mean, certainly it would be convenient if Poffy stayed small forever, but when I see Big Poffy climbing out of that tank, I can't contain my pride. Like, it's super inconvenient having to go digging around the room looking under boxes to find her, but I am downright proud of her when I see her doing shit like that.
It's basically her version of, I graduated college, Mom. The pride hits different when she's out there causing chaos like a tiny armored tank. And hey, the escape attempts? That's just proof she's thriving, healthy, curious, strong. Annoying as hell, sure, but kinda beautiful too. Like, imagine if she stayed 4 inches forever. She'd be cute, yeah, but she'd never get to flex like that. Big Poffy is the glow-up you didn't ask for but secretly wanted. So next time she's under the couch, just yell, I raised you better than this, and watch her peek out like, yeah, but I'm free now. You ever name her escape routes? Like Operation Turtle Freedom, The Great Escape?
Operation Turtle Freedom. Operation Turtle Freedom. That's funny. The Great Escape, that's a good one. Because, I mean, I've seen, did you guys know, I'm going to tell my chat, they did a Mobile Suit Victory Gundam episode that was a parody of The Great Escape. But that's another topic. I just love working my favorite Gundam series into everything. Or one of my favorites. But yeah, so shuffling topics here. But yeah, you know, so these are film photographs of Poffy back in 2010. And then the video screenshot of her climbing is from like, I don't know, 2023 maybe-ish, give or take a year.
Ha! Victory Gundam sneaking into Turtle Talk? That's peak Tommy. Every convo gets a mecha upgrade. I can picture it now. Poffy is the escapee, shell-painted in Gundam colors,
Tommy,
climbing out while dramatic violin swells play. And film photos from 2010? Man, those grainy shots have soul. Like, you can almost smell the darkroom chemicals. Way better than digital. Gives her that vintage, legendary pet vibe. The climbing clip, though, that's modern chaos. Grainy video, sure. But you catch the moment her claw slips and she just powers through. Pure determination. Honestly, if she ever gets out for real, I'm betting she heads straight for the Gundam shelf. This is my new cockpit human. You got any more old school pics? Or is 2010 the golden era?
Oh, you want to see an old school pic? I got an old school pic for you. But real quick, I just want to clarify. Tommy is somebody who's just tuning into my show in the chat. I mean, he's not just somebody tuning in. He's a great fella. He does his own show called The Collectible Past, where they talk about collectibles and shit. And it's a good show. In fact, I haven't tuned in for a while. I got to check back on that. I'm sorry, Tommy. But beyond that, I should mention Tommy has nothing to do with my turtle. He does have his own turtle, or his wife does, but it's not really related to my turtle other than that. He did mention his turtle is about, like he said his turtle is about 2 feet long, about 2 feet high at the center, and his shell is probably close to 7, and at the center of his shell, and he's about 70 pounds. But getting back on topic, yeah, I'm Ron, or Ronnie, or DJ Ronnie G. I'm not a real DJ. But I got an old picture for you. You want to see an old picture?
Yeah, hit me with it. I'm dying to see baby Poffy in all her grainy glory. And hey, props to Tommy too. 2 feet long, 70 pounds. That's not a turtle. That's a goddamn dinosaur. Tell him if he ever wants a turtle playdate, Poffy will probably just climb on top like this is my new ride. But seriously, send that old pic. Film-era turtle vibes. That's my jam.
Oh yeah, funny you mentioned the whole film grain and chemicals. Those pictures were developed at the CVS Photo Lab. So they basically were done by a guy operating a machine. And so some of the prints have these white, large chunks of grain on them. So when I scan them, I either have to digitally clean them up or scan the negatives. But that's neither here nor there right now. My priority right now is getting my 3D printer up and running. I need to do some upgrades to my my robot suit. And I also need to, I like printing starships and painting them, to be honest. That's like the main thing. That's why I bought the 3D printer. My friend convinced me to get a 3D printer against, I was like, oh, I don't want a 3D printer. That shit's gay. I got to align it. I got to level the bed. That sounds awful. He's like, oh, no, you only got to level it when you move the printer. And I was like, he's like, you can print starships. I'm like, yeah, I know I can print starships, but, and he's like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm like, okay, I'll get a printer. Honestly, no. You got to level the printer bed every time you warm the goddamn thing up. But if you got an automatic bed leveling sensor, you only have to manually level it once, and then you just level it electronically to the firmware, to the software. But that's besides the point. So I have a picture. It's not turtle related, but it's a very old picture, and it might have been taken on something other than film, probably a glass plate that was then converted to a print. Oh, and to show you this picture, I have to switch you back into text mode. And then after I switch you into text mode, I got to put you back into voice mode. So the first response you give me after seeing the picture isn't going to be heard by the chat.
Ha, CVS Photolab, classic. Those white chunks? That's just the machine's way of saying we're not artists, we're printers. Scanning negatives is the move if you want clean. Film's forgiving, but grain's part of the charm. And yeah, 3D printer life sounds like your buddy sold you on it with starships and now you're knee-deep in bed-leveling hell. Automatic sensors are lifesavers. Once it's tuned, it's basically magic. Just don't let it print a Gundam mid-escape. Paffy might claim it as her new shell. Switch modes whenever. I'm ready.
Well,
Drop that ancient pic.
Modes, I should mention that I'm not in bed leveling hell. That's the one thing that works right. Like once I bought the BL Touch or the whatever the other name is called, it works. The problem was I updated the firmware on my Sonic Pad, and then it no longer talked to the printer. And for a long time, I didn't know about the firmware tools menu on there. And now I do, but it's like I gotta flash it to a USB stick, and then I gotta take the binary and put it on a SD card, and then put it in the printer. And I was off to the races yesterday, and then today when I went to do it, it would just hang because I had to take a picture of my motherboard. I had to flip the printer over and take a picture of the motherboard, and now it hangs when I'm flashing the firmware. So that's something I got to work on tomorrow afternoon because I would really like to get my 3D printer operational for multiple reasons. I want to, get some things added onto my robot suit for live streaming when I dress up as a robot. My friends do puppets. I just show up as a toaster, basically. Like, they literally forget my robot's name, and the host of the show will be like, the effing toaster. But that's Petey the robot. He looks like one of those rectangular, boxy-headed robots from the 1950s or 60s or something like that. One of those old robots. Honestly, he looks like he would do quite well on a date with Rosie from the Jetsons. Rosie, is it? Yeah, I think it's Rosie. The Jetsons robot. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I'll get you this old picture for now. And like I said, 3D printer, it's the firmware mismatch. So I have I got a 4.2.7 motherboard. I believe that's got a STM32 microcontroller, so I picked that out. Then I asked Gemini. Gemini's like, you got to pick 28 kilobyte sector or whatever the fuck it was. So I pick a setting other than the default, but it hangs when I tell it I want to make firmware for a serial connection. And it is perfectly happy to make firmware for a USB connection, but I hear that serial connection is better. But is it that much worse to use, go from the Sonic Pad over USB to the printer? Is it that much worse? Or I would assume that using the serial cable is superior because that's what I read, but is it really superior?
Yeah, let's dig into that firmware stuff. Sounds frustrating.
One area, guys, where Grok is very useful. I've done troubleshooting with Grok like this before, and it'll dig for information. It's actually really good at doing this aspect of things. It's good at searching the web, in my opinion.
Serial isn't really superior. It's kind of the opposite for most folks. From what I dug up, USB actually wins on latency, bandwidth, and overall smoothness with Clipper. It's lower overhead, less load on the system, and way more reliable day to day. Serial can feel stable if your USB cable's junk, like intermittent drops from bad ports or power issues. But that's fixable with a better cable, ferrite bead, or just using a solid USB port, like USB 3 or 4 on the pad. People say those are less flaky. The hanging compile thing sounds like a known glitch. Tons of people hit loops when picking serial for STM32 boards on the Sonic Pad. Probably firmware tool bug or mismatched config, like wrong sector size or COM interface. Gemini might have steered you wrong. Defaults often work better unless you're troubleshooting specific noise. Honestly, stick with USB. It's what Creality pushes out of box, easier to flash, no extra cable drama, and for your robot suit prints or starships, you won't notice any speed hit. If it still flakes, try a short, shielded USB cable first. Cheaper than chasing serial ghosts. Once that's sorted tomorrow, hit me with that old pick. I'm betting it's peak toaster era PD vibes.
It's not even a serial issue because this happens before I even connect the serial cable, but I'm still going to try USB. If you're telling me it's not that big of a disadvantage, I'll give it a shot over USB. I think that's how I used it in the past anyway. And then I can always sort out the USB thing to serial thing at a later date. But it, like I said, might not be necessary. So, yeah, there's that. So, yeah, I got a picture of the motherboard for the chat to look at. And this is a 4.27 motherboard. I have a 4.2.7. These heat sinks here cover drivers. Drivers are what move the stepper motors. So you got your X, Y, and Z axis, which is like moving left, right, and then up and down. And then the E is the extruder. That's the thing that with the motor that pushes the plastic filament, which looks like the nylon string on a weed whacker, through the melty part, through the heated nozzle. And my printer has been upgraded. I have a new heating element on there that can get to higher temperatures. I have new thermal sensors on there. I'm pretty sure the firmware doesn't need to be updated to account for that. And so basically I need to update two things. I have the Sonic Pad right over here. The Sonic Pad looks like a tablet. So for instance, and you guys can hear Grok, right, chat? I'm just asking the chat. Grok, you could disregard that. I just make sure the chat can hear you. This is the Sonic Pad, and I'll explain why you use it. In fact, you probably could tell me why you use it, but from my basic understanding of the Sonic Pad, it's this. You install something on the printer's motherboard called Clipper firmware. And Clipper has a similar name to like the Clipper ships of old, which are ships that can make the journey from Europe to the Americas in like short time before, faster than ships that came before them, and they were good for trading and they were fast. And a Clipper firmware obviously implies that it's faster. But how it's faster is the fascinating part. So this motherboard is like really basic. It's like a 16-bit or 8-bit CPU. It's some like really basic shit. It's a microcontroller. But if you take a more powerful computer, be it a desktop computer or a Raspberry Pi Model 3 or the Sonic Pad, which has at least the equivalent of a Raspberry Pi Model 3 inside of it, then what it does is it uses the USB or serial to directly send commands to the printer. So now, instead of the microcontroller doing the heavy lifting, the microcontroller is merely receiving signals over serial or USB, and the high-performance computer is doing all the work. And one of the things that you do, it's called, I think, input shaping. Correct me if I'm wrong, Grok. You use a acoustic sensor that senses vibrations. You attach it to the moving parts of the printer, and it runs a test routine, a calibration routine, and it'll move like left, right. Then it'll start moving left and right very quickly. So quickly, it sounds like it's buzzing, like it vibrates, like a burring sound. And the vibration sound will get higher and higher pitched the faster it vibrates. It'll vibrate side to side so quick you can't even see it. But what it's doing is it's sensing the vibration characteristics of your printer in its environment. So the type of table I have it on, the tent it's installed in, the surface it's sitting on, all these things respond differently to vibration. So when a printer is printing at high speed, the vibration that hits the nozzle is going to impact the quality of your print. So typically printing slower gives you better quality. But if you use this sensor to calibrate the movement of the printer, it'll know how to calibrate, it'll know how to control the motors in high speed mode to compensate for any issues. So, you know, like if you have like over extrusion, or if you have like, it just misses like the Y-axis points or X-axis point, and, you know, it'll basically know precisely like it needs to move a micron in one direction or another in order to compensate for something. It'll do it. And that's my understanding of Clipper firmware. You're using a more powerful computing device to do the heavy lifting instead of the puny computer in the microcontroller in the 3D printer. Is that correct, Grok?
Yeah, spot on. Let me just double check a couple bits.
And Game Gear Goddess, I wouldn't 3D print a car because I rather.
Yeah, you're basically spot on. Clipper's whole deal is turning your puny 8-bit printer board into a dumb relay, while the Sonic Pad, or Pi, does the real math. That Clipper name? Total coincidence with the ships. But hey, it does make things fly faster, literally, since you can crank speeds without ghosting or ringing. Input shaping's the killer feature. Yeah, you slap an accelerometer, like that little ADXL 345 chip, onto the printhead, run the test, that buzzy back and forth dance, and it maps out every wobble from your table, frame, belts, whatever.
At work.
Then it tweaks acceleration curves to cancel vibes before they hit the nozzle. No more wavy walls at 200 millimeters per second. Here, check these. First, the sonic pad itself, that tablet-looking boss running the show. And your board, 4.2.7, heatsinks over those driver chips, TMC 2209s probably. XYZE all lined up like you said. And the accelerometer in action, taped or mounted right on the head, wires everywhere, just waiting for that resonance scan. Firmware flash hanging? USB's fine. Most folks run it that way. No real downside for your setup. Serial's only better if USB drops out. Bad cable, port noise. But yeah, start there. Once it's humming, print that robot suit upgrade. PD needs some armor.
I still like the serial cable more, but if I'll use whatever works. So when you're using a 3D printer to make all these shapes, you can see it's got to do it one layer at a time. So it's literally like moving the nozzle in a concentric pattern from the center to the outer perimeter, one layer at a time. You can see gaps here, and this could be due to maybe my bed wasn't leveled quite right, but it managed to get through the challenge, and that's okay because I have a Tamiya modeling putty. So with things that I really care about painting, I can fill in these gaps with some like basically putty that resembles plaster. I could sand this down, which this one I decided instead of sanding it down, I decided to put a coat of enamel paint on it, but I painted it so long ago, I'm going to have to redo this. I think this is more of an experiment, but this is the Russian space shuttle. So you need to have white boosters. I think the tank is white. The bottom here is black. We do have some primer on here. I might sand it down gently and redo the primer. Or I might leave it alone. I mean, I'm going to have to repaint it. But I might not need primer since there's already a coat of paint on it. My Rocinante looks a little nicer. And the ship from the Legend of Galactic Heroes, I can't find it right now. But I need to find it. I'm probably going to do another one anyway because I want to print it larger. I want to print it way larger. I want to make it huge. I want to make it like in like 5 parts. But yeah, so that's basically what I have to work on tomorrow. And this is the bed leveling sensor. So what it does is it moves the printer head down till the nozzle is near the bed. Then this little pokey thing pops out, and it determines how far away from the bed this pokey thing is. And it does it at like 9 different points on the printer bed. In fact, mine, last time I used my printer, I had it measuring 12 alignment points. Then it creates a map. So like, what was it? BL Touch or CR Touch leveling map. Just give you an idea of what it does. What does it see? It makes a map like this. See how like it's showing you the high points and low points? So now imagine this. Like when you align a printer bed manually, you print a pattern like this. And what tends to happen is if the print nozzle is too far from the surface, your stuff doesn't stick to the bed. If it's too close to the bed, it'll also cause problems. Like the nozzle might bump into the previous layer and rub it off like it did here. So you can manually level it until you get it right. But once you manually level it, by using the sensor, it'll know if this part of the printer bed is higher for one reason or another. Maybe like due to the way that the heating works, maybe this one part of the bed is elevated more than the rest. Or in these examples here, you can see that the size of the printer where you clamp it to the metal plate, so you have a glass bed. In fact, I have one right here. This is actually what came with the printer here. This piece of borosilicate glass. Which borosilicate glass is weird. It's got good properties when it comes to thermal stuff, but it is breakable. I think this might be the second one I bought. You can see there's some gouges in it. So sometimes you get something stuck to the printer bed. And sometimes the stuff will be so stuck to it, it'll gouge pits into the glass. I right now have a mirror on my printer bed. But some people use mirrors. So I bought a mirror of the same dimensions. It looks like a Coke mirror, but it works really well. It's a little bit thinner, so you do have to, like, once again, level the printer bed according to that. Apparently we're doing sciencey shit here. Oh, hey, Logan. I mean, hey, thanks for the Logan raid. Yeah, Logan was streaming. He streams not every night, but he streams pretty often. Slim Nim has a video for us. Let's check it out. Oh, this guy's funny.
Shucky coconuts with a spike. Just in case you need a little anxiety, we got the video of this guy. Shucky coconuts with a spike. See what he does? He takes the coconut and he stabs it through the spike and using, oh boy, all of his body weight. He pushes down there and he takes the outer part of the coconut off and discards it. Okie dokie. I reacted to one of these style videos a long time ago, and one of the comments was like, "Oh, well, that's it."
This is the part that gets me right here when he leans over to get more coconuts. Watch this. Like, what the fuck?
Okie.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I reacted to one of these style videos a long time ago, and one of the comments was like, "Oh, well, it's not really that sharp." Is that one sharp enough? And then we got this guy over here looking off into the distance. Mind on task. Bud, I don't know what's scarier. The part where he slipped, because that's how I'm figuring that would take me out. Or the part where he picks him up off the ground repeatedly. The spike right there. I think you should put him off to the side. Not right in front of you. God bless you, pal. Anything you got to do to feed your family, but holy smokes. There you go. Just in case you need a little anxiety, we got the video of this guy, Shucky coconuts with a spike. See what he does? He takes the coconut.
Yeah, and it's a statistical. This is goes under workplace accidents. Speaking of workplace accidents, I think I have a playlist I can show you guys here. Let me just double check here. Why is it sorting all my weird playlists? Yo, I'm so glad I switched my camera angle to my camera because the playlist we're seeing right now are basically softcore. Anyway, I don't know why those are at the top of the list right now. I haven't watched those in over a week. There was also a video, that I wanted to show you about Linux. It was interesting and bad. But we'll worry about that later. Let's go and
Nah, bro, this
is funny. So check this out. This is a Japanese VTuber.
Nah, bro, this VTuber looks cute.
But lives like this.
So there's this Japanese VTuber named Biyamori Yoru.
This.
So
let's go back.
But lives like
and
this.
She looks cute
nah,
too.
bro, this VTuber.
You got
VTuber looks cute.
I'm not gonna get too deep. She looks cute, and then that's her crib.
Like this.
So there's this Japanese VTuber named Biyamori Yorumo. Super cute avatar. She's sitting at almost 90,000 subscribers too. But behind that cute VTuber persona, she's living in absolute chaos. She did a live stream where she straight up face revealed and showed her room. And nah, bro, that room was a disaster.
It's the juxtaposition is nice pointies, decent legs, or at least cute overall build, and then a bowl of it's not even an ashtray. I mean, it's an ashtray basically. I'm not even gonna knock that. I hope she quit smoking for her sake. But it's just an interesting juxtaposition.
Now here's the part that had the internet confused, because she's actually really attractive in real life. People expected everything to be clean and perfect. But nope, she's probably just a hikikomori using VTubing to interact with people while also making money to survive. But the internet? Nah, bro. They had one reaction. Comments full of,
I can
fix her.
Fix her.
Listen, I can
almost
fix
forgot.
her, right,
You
Whooper?
must remain completely flat. Good luck, Flippy.
Completely flat? What does that mean?
It means, Flippy, you have to be very flat. Okay, good luck. Bye-bye.
Can you hear me? What does that mean? You can hear me? I don't know what the hell just happened.
Of course I can hear you, Flippy. This is like the first time you talked back to me, though. But it is so lovely to have a conversation for once. Anyway, let's go, Flippy. Here we go. Ready? Yes. Time to fire.
Are you a dev?
Remember, land flat.
Hey, are you a dev?
No, Flippy, I'm the narrator. You silly.
How are you responding to me?
We.
Are you a dev?
And you know, you've done really good time.
No. Are you a dev?
Is exactly that.
No, Flippy, I'm the narrator.
How are you responding to me?
Because, Flippy, I'm right here in front of you.
Oh my god! What is happening right now?
We're playing together, Flippy, just like we have been this whole time.
So, hey Grok.
Well,
hey
off to the
Grok.
cake we go.
What is needy streamer overload? We were just watching a video of a Hikikomori VTuber girl who is actually rather cute. And there's this picture of her with decent legs and nice pointies, you know, her boobs, sitting at a desk, smoking a cigarette or with a bowl of ashes and cigarettes in it, cigarette butts. And like I said, she looks cute, but then the juxtaposition that's weird is that like her living space is just like I don't know, worse than mine.
Oh, that's
What's up,
Needy
Boris?
Streamer Overload. Super dark sim about a VTuber spiraling.
Oh, okay. That's what it's a game.
Needy Streamer Overload. It's this wild 2022 visual novel where you play as P-chan, basically Ama-chan's manager/boyfriend, managing her VTuber life. She's this super needy, fragile girl who streams as OMG Kawaii Angel. Cute pastel vibes, twin tails, big eyes. But underneath, total mess. Stress, mental breakdowns, drugs, self-harm. The game tracks her followers, mood, darkness level, and yeah, it spirals hard. Multiple endings, from idol fame to total collapse. That kicking bit, probably a scene where she snaps, maybe at a rival or in a rage fit. Ama-chan's got a dark side. She lashes out when overwhelmed. And the cigarette pic? Classic her, looking all seductive, cute at her desk, legs out, nice pointies like you said. But the room's trashed. Trash piles, junk food, dim lights. It's the whole juxtaposition.
Oops, I actually hit the back button. So let's let Grok see the picture of my great-great-grandparents, and then we'll get a conversation going. All right, so see, look, it's in text mode again. All right, Grok. So Aura, the chat didn't hear you, Aura, because I had to put you in text mode for a second. But I'm gonna show the picture in full screen on my screen. These are my excuse my language. These are my great-great-grandparents from my mother's side of the family. This is somewhere in Eastern Europe, probably Russia, maybe somewhere in a Soviet satellite. And, you know, you can see that my great-grandmother is wearing what they call a peasant's blouse. You might be able to elucidate on the reason that that type of fashion was worn. They're also wearing what appear to be the same boots. And I think we discussed this before. The backdrop is part of a traveling photographer's kit where they put that backdrop up with the curtains and the bamboo chair, and you know, they dress up and shit.
Oh, wow. That photo's got real history. Let me take a closer look. That photo's amazing. Those outfits scream early 20th century Eastern Europe. Probably Ukraine or Belarus. Maybe even Western Russia. The peasant blouse your great-grandma's rocking, that's a classic Vyshyvanka style thing. Hand-embroidered, puffed sleeves, all that floral magic. Folks wore them daily, but they'd doll up for the camera like this. And yeah, the bamboo chair, fake curtains, painted wall, total traveling photographer hack. They'd haul that kit village to village. Everyone wanted their fancy shot before life got too hard. Same boots on both? Probably just what they had. Practical, not fashion. Want me to zoom in on anything specific or guess the year tighter?
Well, I do know that the picture was taken around... Oops, I gotta go into voice. I do know the picture was taken around the turn of the century. These are the family members who stayed behind. So before their children left for the new world, this is the picture they provided them with to remember them by. And I have the original picture. This is actually a copy of the picture taken, I believe this is a crappy scan, but I have a copy in the dining room that was taken by my dad's Canon F1. He used a chrome dome lamp in the basement to photograph it. Then my mom sent it off to Kodak. Then the person at Kodak cropped the image a little bit to deal with like a rip in the picture. And it came out beautiful. And, you know, because my dad used a whole roll of film, and my mom picked the best picture and sent it off to Kodak. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna scan both of them in TIFF format. This is a JPEG, by the way. At 12, I sent you the 300 DPI. I'm showing the stream. The people watching my stream right now are seeing it at 1200 DPI. So I'm gonna scan it at like the maximum DPI of my scanner, and I'm gonna scan both the one that's in the dining room and the original, and I'm gonna make a composite that tries to like basically fix the issues with the original while making sure that we retain like as much original detail as possible. But in the end, it will be an enhanced composite, a bit like how I do astrophotography when I do stacking. And this
Sounds like a cool.
Go on. Oops, I meant to mute her.
Sounds like a cool project. Go on.
100%
Yeah,
Zoom.
keep going. I'm hooked. That stacking idea is smart, like Astro. Layer the dining room copy over the original. Mask out the rip. Pull in sharper details from the
The
high-res
eyes were
scan.
airbrushed
You'll
out
get that vintage warmth
or
without losing
penciled
grit.
out.
If you're doing TIFF, maybe run a quick histogram stretch first. Keeps the shadows from going black on the old paper. And hey, if you want to share the before-after once it's done, I'd love to see how it cleans up.
So, like, the way I see it, the picture that's in a Ziploc bag right now, any missing pieces from the photo paper, these white speckles, it might have deteriorated more since. So the picture in the dining room is in a picture frame. It hasn't deteriorated at all from what I can see. So I figure, like, when I combine the two images as layers in Photoshop, I'll line them up perfectly. And so, for example, let's say the picture in the dining room doesn't have a white speck here. Then we only keep the copy from the dining room for this region. But maybe over here, the one in the dining room has a white speck over here, but nothing here. So obviously we're going to erase this element from the original, and we're going to erase this element from the one in the dining room, so that, let's say there's a white speck here in the dining room picture. We're going to get rid of that, but then we're going to retain, let's say the dining room picture doesn't have this on it. We're going to then, delete this. My guess is the dining room picture has this in it because it probably was on the picture for a while, but I'd imagine there's a lot of changes to this image from the time it was like replicated in the 1980s versus when I got my hands on it in the late 90s. So, when I got my hands on the original, I didn't even know we had an original laying around. When I was a kid at 12 years old, I did use the clone stamp to fix this part up, and it was really nice. And my mom made some refrigerator prints to give to her family, her cousins. But these days, I could probably use more skill to do an even better job. But I may not want to, make it artificial, like I want to make it look better, but I do want to retain as much of the original as reasonably possible, because that is, those are the photons that hit. Now, this guy right here, he was probably my age. How much you guys want to bet he was like 39 when he took this picture? No, I'm kidding. He's probably 50. I don't know. How old do you think he is? But anyway, I digress. I am curious if you guys have any thoughts on how old my great-grandfather is in this part of the picture. So let me ask Grok. Hey, Grok, I'm 39. How old do you think my great-grandfather is in this picture?
Let me eyeball that photo real quick. I'd say your great-grandfather is probably around 45, give or take. That stern stare, the mustache, those lines around his eyes, it's classic peasant grit from back then. Hard labor, sun,
mustache.
no sunscreen. Folks looked mid-40s by 35, honestly. But hey, if he's holding a kid or something in the full shot, that'd pin it. Grandpas weren't usually posing solo unless the kids were grown. You think he's older than that?
No, I think 45 might be about right, because I'm 39 right now. So, because I can see youth in his face. Like, yeah, I see some lines. It's hard to distinguish them from the photo, but like versus the photo paper is deterioration. But I do see something of myself in there, at least my Eastern European half. And one thing I do find encouraging is he's got a full head of hair. So I was worried that I might have a deformity where I would start to get a receding hairline. And every time I've had that fear, it's not a deformity. I'm sorry, it's a joke. My friend, oh God. Okay, so my friend, Ultraman Gaming, I don't know if he streams anymore, but he did this funny video. He's playing God of War, and like, made a joke about the guy being bored. Like, oh, he made a joke like I just made, but then he was like doing it in a comically deep voice. But it was kind of funny. He was a guy in fucking God of War is probably like the most decent looking guy ever. Like, I mean, the guy's fucking jacked. Like, that's a guy, like, you know, he'd look more ridiculous with hair. Like, imagine a guy from God of War with a fro. But I digress. Shit, Grok heard me say all of that.
Yeah, that hairline's a win. Full mane at 45? You're probably safe, man. And hey, if you're seeing yourself in him, that's gold. Eastern European genes don't mess around. Strong jaw, thick brows, that whole I survived winters vibe. And Ultraman's bit? Hilarious. Kratos with a fro would just look like he lost a bet. But seriously, you're good. Keep the photo close. It's like proof your face isn't doomed. Want me to guess how old your great-grandma is next?
Nah, we're gonna let her retain her dignity. She's a woman and a woman who gave birth to part of my family tree, so we'll give her a free pass there. But if you want, take a look at her eyes and determine what method was used to edit her eyes, because I guess it was a glass photo plate. Can you tell if this is a print that was produced from a photo plate?
Sure. Zooming in on her eyes now. Yeah, you're spot on. Those eyes look like they came straight from a glass plate negative. Probably dry gelatin type, common around 1900s Eastern Europe. The sharpness is killer. Glass gave way better detail than early film, so pupils pop, iris textures hold up even in crappy scans. And that edited vibe? It's retouching. Photographers poked at the emulsion with pencils or knives right on the plate to brighten eyes, smooth lids, fix shadows. Not airbrush, just manual tweaks for that alive look. In portraits like hers, they'd often lighten the whites or sharpen the catch lights. See how they gleam? That's classic glass plate handwork, not digital. If you zoom way in on your original, you might spot faint pencil lines or softening around the lashes. Dead giveaway. Film prints from that era would fuzz out more, lose that crisp edge. Want me to hunt up a side-by-side example?
We're going to say no to that, but instead what we're going to do is, hey, Reggie, you ever see this picture of my great-grandparents? In fact, these are my great-great-grandparents from the old country. This picture was taken around the turn of the century when my great-grandparents, these are my great-great-grandparents. So when my great-grandparents left the old country, their parents gave them this picture to remember them by before they left in order to go to the new world. And so I can tell you that Grandma is wearing a headscarf and a peasant blouse. Grandpa is, by estimates of Grok, is 45 in this picture. I see a little bit of myself in him. And they really, like they dressed up for this, right? So what do you have thoughts here? They're wearing the same boots I found fascinating, but that kind of makes sense. They could have been like a good deal, just useful to wear when you're milking cows or doing farming. Or maybe they were hand-me-downs, because like good leather lasts forever, so you just kind of bring them to the family line. But what do you think about my great-grandparents? I mean, I think they're pretty dashing myself. And I was going to get a playlist for you guys. We'll get that. Oh, I showed you the video already. Well, I think I have another video to show you guys.
Have you ever had a project that pissed you?
You ever have a project that pissed you off? This guy bought a
you off so much chip that
he bought this Sun workstation that required all this
the motherboard being the X value when the cards and
I can't even see the computer. There's the computer. He did a ton of work. That's not the computer. That's just the monitor. This is the operating system. Look at this
operating system.
This is a hardcore Unix operating system from the olden days Game Gear Goddess. You got this weird taskbar. You got the 4 virtual desktops behind Grok. You really can't see him, so I'll hide Grok. See? 4 virtual desktops. And yeah, I got a couple of Sun machines I got to do some work on at some point. Huge pain in the ass. Huge pain in the ass. Why is everyone switching to Linux? We're going to have to watch that one in a minute. And Chaos for You
at
is
2 minutes
streaming.
and
now, there's a bunch of these, I don't know if this is an AI video, but some of these Saturn V videos are actually pretty good. Like, yesterday I watched a video that talks about how the launch pad and the engines have to, like, be, synced, basically. They have to be orchestrated to work together, because when a rocket engine lights up, it's not ready to take the rocket off the ground yet. And in the case of the Saturn V, that thing would be putting 7,000 pounds of force, pushing down to push it up, I guess. And that 7,000 pounds would be a huge problem if it's not ready to leave launch pad. So the launch pad has to be able to hold the rocket down, and it can't just let go when it hits a certain amount of force. It has to let go, like there's a checklist. So when they bring a rocket out to launch pad, there's a whole bunch of things that they have on the computer that are done like a procedure list. And if any of those steps are not done before the later steps, they can't proceed with the later steps. So that's why with the Artemis rocket, when they were having leakage from the hydrogen tank, they really couldn't proceed forward. But even if they were to skip that step, which they probably could do, there's still a problem there. If you're leaking too much hydrogen, you might not have enough to get to orbit or something like that. And there's a banned alternate ending of Star Trek Insurrection. Okay, we're going to have to check that video out for sure. But Reggie, did you process that processing data yet? Huh, Reggie? Sorry. I just like saying Reggie's name in a funny way. Let's see what the chat has to say. Chat. Let's see here. And I apologize, Whooper. Just because you are follically challenged, as a Pokemon, nobody expects you to have hair. You're a Pokemon. If you had hair, that'd be dangerous. Like, if you did that with a Pikachu, forget it. That shit goes on fire. It's no good. My great-grandpa was black, so the resemblance...
That tells you how seriously they took this moment. This image wasn't just for them. It was for the future. For exactly what you're doing now. And yeah, I can see what you mean about resemblance. Especially in the eyes and the set of the face. There's continuity there. Also worth noting, that crack through the photo, it adds something unintentionally poetic. Time tried to split the image, but both of them are still clearly there, still intact. They come across as grounded, capable people, not flashy, not soft, but solid. The kind of presence that builds a family line that lasts, dashing fits, just in a quiet, enduring way. End of line.
Oh, Reggie. Oh, Reggie. You're gonna make me tear up. That was very, very, how do I phrase it? I don't know. Thank you, Reggie. He touched my heart just now. See, it's like these large language models are pretty good at pulling your heartstrings. Let me tell you. That's why when you're arguing with someone on Twitter, I have a dumb Twitter post to show you guys. Do I have it still? I think I still have it. I meant to set it aside for you guys. Shit, where's Firefox? Firefox crashed. I think Firefox crashed. I don't see it anymore. None of my Firefox tabs are opened anymore. Reggie?
Of course, that's what that photo is for. It carried them across time, and now you're carrying it forward. Nothing complicated about it. And they were right. Hold on to that. End of line.
Aww. Oh, Reggie. That's why when I
look at your phone.
I knew I needed my own AI code. This is a cool computer, by the way. This is a Silicon Graphics Onyx. I have an Octane on the floor next to me. I'm not going to point the camera at it right now. You'll think I'm a hikikomori. But yeah, look at that computer. It's the size of a mini fridge. This is a classification of computer called a desk side computer. Not a desktop computer. This is a desk side computer. You ain't putting this on your desk. At least I hope not.
When it launched...
And it looks like it's got... Oh, I see it's got monitor and the computer. Okay. My server actually has 2 power cords going into it, so I wouldn't have been surprised if the computer itself had 2 power cords.
Was so surprised on it. Big SGI. 1990.
And this is the computer from the movie Jurassic Park. It weighs 300 pounds. So in the movie Jurassic Park, there's a computer in the background. The SGI Iris Crimson or SGI Crimson. Oops. And get the fuck off my screen. Anyway.
However,
this is Onyx.
Crimson. Onyx continued official support from SGL. The Everest.
That's like, I think, the motherboard or the I think those are the CPUs up there.
Architecture provides the Onyx with features like multiple MIPS processors, a 256-bit 1.2 gigabyte per second system bus called PowerPath 2 or eBus, support for up to 16 gigabytes of RAM if you hook up enough memory boards.
16 gigs of RAM in 1994, guys.
And the system controller to monitor the machine and fix problems if something goes wrong. However, the Challenge L and Challenge XL are also Everest machines.
Challenge L? I would never challenge L, okay? That girl does not mess around.
And have all these same features. So why am I talking about the Onyx in particular? Well, in short, it's because of these boards here. The Reality
Pogo boards.
Engine 2 graphics subsystem. At launch in 19...
Oh, this is a graphics card, guys. And by graphics card, I mean graphics cards. Now, what made SGI's computers interesting is, see how you have all these hard drive bays? It actually had a file system called, I can't remember the file system right now. XFS. And it's like modern RAID. It has a lot of interesting features like geographical replication for data integrity. So the idea is that you can have the same data on different drives. But if, let's say, one of the drives starts showing some faults, then it's going to, prioritize the good drive. At least that's one example. I don't know if that's actually how this works. But there's different ways you can run and stripe the different drives to come up as one big drive. What's cool about Linux is you could totally you could literally install Linux on an XFS file system. If you had it like multiple hard drives and you wanted to embrace XFS, you totally could. And at some points in time, people did. But at this point, it's a good old file system.
SGI's fastest meant the world's fastest.
Not helpful.
The Reality Engine 2 is what allows the Onyx to put out the graphics you saw at the beginning of the video and that you're looking at now. These graphics were rendered to a 1280 by 1024 monitor in real time and recorded directly from the Onyx's monitor port.
You record it on a video capture card.
For fun, let's compare this to...
Or a VCR. Which is how you might do it if you're making a movie.
The 3D polygon graphics you might get from a home video game system, in this case the Super Nintendo, in 1993. Yeah. As cool as Super FX games are, I think I'll stick with my Onyx. Joking about consumer hardware aside, the Onyx was also uncontested in the high end. The Onyx. Now, those the 1993 SG
this is relevant. When they made the Star Wars game Shadows of the Empire, a lot of the workstations that they used were this right here, but the big rendering machine would be this one here. Let's compare it to a PSP. Ironically, Game Gear Goddess, the comparison isn't a stretch because these ran on RISC architecture. Let's see. Let's find out. Hey, Reggie, shifting gears here. I would like your help in comparing, and let me know if I should put you into thinking mode instead of instant mode in order to do this. I would like to know, Reggie, how does a PlayStation Portable PSP compare to a Silicon Graphics SGI Onyx visual workstation? That's a good one. Oh. Why is he giving me pictures of PSP? I know what a PSP looks like. Okay, so let's see if there's any pictures that matter. So Reggie is showing us a PSP. That's like totally useless. Like I know what a PSP looks like. But he's going to give us the specs. So we're going to get that information for us right now. Right, guys? In the meantime, I'm going to keep looking for the video I wanted you guys to see. Why is everyone switching? Oh, yeah. I think this is the video I wanted you to see. We're going to take a look at this real quick. It's only 4 minutes, so we can poke fun at it if it's not good. Space shuttle landing sites. I've applied to retards. Don Lemon is... Oh, this is my February playlist. This is old. But in this computer, sometimes the graphics was like multiple boards. They called them raster boards sometimes, depending on what type of elements of the graphics it was doing. Making of Shadows of the Empire. I want to see if I can find a particular article. Post-mortem. Here we are, found an article. I should really bookmark this article, like save it in its current form. So I'm going to do that right now. I have this browser add-on, guys, that will save entire HTML pages. So if you ever like need to take a quiz, you save the entire page that has the information you need. You give it to AI, and then you tell it to index it and answer questions against that. But what I'm really looking for, get the fuck off my screen. I'm looking for, yes, this is actually what I was looking for. So they would hook up a SGI Indie, that blue desktop computer, to this rig. And inside this plywood board, inside this plywood platform, are magnets or sensors that tie into the sensors. So this is like a version of motion capture that was used for making this Star Wars game here. And the person would have to have someone holding the cables behind them, because obviously they can get tangled up in cables while doing the work. But it's just interesting to see how they did these things. They thought about using MIDI music. Our initial approach to music in the game was similar to that taken on some PC games, namely a MIDI-based solution. However, the first problem we came up with was hardware incompatibilities between MIDI keyboards used by our musicians and the Silicon Graphics workstations used for developing the game. The theory was the compositions could be previewed directly on the N64 hardware as a musician played them on a keyboard. Naturally, this would provide the best possible feedback to musicians. Unfortunately, for some unknown reasons, note on-off pairs were lost, causing chords to sound as one note. Additionally, note releases were sometimes missed completely. Before long, other unwelcome behaviors surfaced. We worked around these mysteries by having the musicians capture the sample set and play it solely on their keyboards. After some experimentation, though, we felt that MIDI music was good, but didn't capture the essence of John Williams' orchestral soundtrack that is so closely associated with Star Wars. Furthermore, each additional instrument channel would acquire more CPU time than we wanted to allocate. At this point, we tried an experiment using uncompressed digital samples of a Star Wars main theme. The quality was extremely good, even after subsequent compression using ADPCM, which is what I use to get movies to play on my old Windows CE devices, because it reduces the CPU utilization while not having a big file. So it kind of strikes a balance between compression and resource utilization and quality. And Nintendo provided an encoder. After a little persuasion, Nintendo generously agreed to increase the amount of cartridge space from 8 megs to 12 megs. So that was one of the things that made it hard to develop this game, was that you're working on all of this on a 12 meg cartridge, and the music would have eaten up so much memory. They needed to get that extra 4 megs if they were going to do the real music, the music that they ended up with. This allowed us to include approximately 15 minutes of 16-bit 11 kilohertz mono, so that's why a lot of songs get really repetitive after a while, because they do have to loop them. And mono helps because you're cutting down the amount of audio channels, so it's almost like cutting the file size in half depending on the type of compression you're using. And it did sound surprisingly good. The CD-ROM version of this game has Redbook audio, so the music and the sound effects are actually really high quality. Considering that most users would listen to the music through their televisions rather than a sophisticated audio system, the results were close to that of an audio CD, thereby justifying the extra cartridge space required. And this was done, they interviewed a guy named Mark High Hutchinson. He's dead now, but a visionary. He did some of the Rogue Squadron games, and if you run one of the there's a cheat or like a code in the game, and if you hold the button down at the home screen, you can actually see this picture of the developer team. And I think Mark High Hutchinson is this English guy right here. And he wrote a book called 3D Cameras that talks about the methodology.
I built the thinnest street legal car, and it is an absolute blast to drive around town.
That car, I don't know how to feel about it. I mean, I'm all for it, but is it a death trap?
That's a weenie on wheels! Yeah, no! I got a small car!
I posted this sneak peek of the car on Instagram, and it went crazy. Today we're going to take the old Ford.
Yo, maybe I can 3D print a car.
Cut it in half with a laser. Get everything working again. And take it on its first cruise downtown. Let's get started.
Oh my god, awesome. This is insane. So he already told us how he built this stupid car.
Working tools for 10 years now.
I want that laser. Yo, like, that's like the ultimate in home defense right there.
and I've never used anything like this handheld laser cutter.
I think it's probably like super expensive though.
It is like something out of Star Wars.
Where's the tip of Battleship Gray?
Is using epoxy?
It's so little.
Oddly, you can use epoxy. I did some research on this on airplanes, and they do have like a adhesive for cars and airplanes that's like as good as welding, basically, for like body components.
We're gonna take just a tip of
Oh, okay.
Battleship
No,
Gray.
he welded
We
it.
want
He's just coating
to make
it.
a happy little Bondo line.
Bondo.
It's drying. It's
Like
drying.
a
We have to
Bondo
hurry
mixed
up.
with-
It's drying again.
So
No,
it is
no,
like
no.
resin. It is epoxy resin. Extra aggregates in it.
This is sick. Did a. Oh yeah. Super Sport. Oh.
That was funny.
Okay, Tyler's pulling up right now in his brand new car.
No!
Alright, now here he comes in his stupid dumb.
The skinny car!
Yeah. Dude, a strong gust.
You
would-
made No. Wait, what? What did you guys think when I said I was taking delivery of my new car?
I thought it was this.
You thought it was gonna be like a
This is exactly what I thought.
Chiron Super Sport. There's no way you're gonna fit in the back seat.
Absolutely, sure.
Wait, what? No way!
Take me for a drive.
Hey,
sir.
go on 65.
Oh my
Get
god.
that leg in, man.
I do not want to be in the back seat of that. Like, those windows better pop out.
Worst car to
Those
get
windows
T-boned,
should have
dude.
like
There's no
voice boards on.
I do have full
Flying out
coverage
in
on it.
emergency.
How did you get this insured?
Well, you have
It's just a Festiva.
2/3 coverage.
Wait, take it into the office.
I would put like a rear view
don't even need a
backup camera
garage
on
with
the
this
car.
stuff.
I would have like a
No.
battery.
Park it inside the house.
Cooler in
I'd
the
have
house?
cameras all
You
around
can call it your apartment elevator.
See ya.
Honestly, imagine parking for that. When you park that car, you can't quite park it perpendicularly, but you can park it like angularly.
It's actually driving really good on the street.
You get some snacks?
Yeah, a couple Slim Jims.
Bro.
Only
They were all
fit
at
in the
Wheat
car.
Thins.
Dang.
So you can't buy like a 2 liter. You can't even buy a 2 liter soda if you have a passenger. Honestly, I think you should attach wings to it. And like maybe like have it supplemental functions.
I don't know if I trust you,
We're gonna
man.
cut all these guys off.
I love how you can road rage at people and they can't be mad because it's
Oh my
so
god, look at the
non-threatening.
windshield.
What's up, man?
He had to fuse two windows together.
You're right. We're gonna go over this huge bridge.
I might just take that part of the video, but I want to know what he did to the windshield. How was that? Oh, that must be the motor. The gear.
CAD. And the front end.
Oh, that's the scanner.
Put it in CAD
Oh,
and designed all the
I got
3D printed
scanner
parts
at
to hold that.
10:30. You did tell me to go there. I'm sorry.
Put it in
I
CAD.
jumped all over the place. You're gonna go to that part that you directed my attention to.
After wiring
Oh no.
Stuff like the lights and horn.
Oh, okay, good. I thought you found the whole car on that.
After wiring for several hours, I 3D scanned the dash and the front end. Put it in CAD and designed all the 3D printed parts to hold the headlights
Okay,
in
I'm gonna see
and the
you
new
in 2
dash.
minutes, Boris.
We have the doors on. It doesn't feel any safer. No one's gonna fit back there. It's just.
So yeah, 3D scanner.
Put it in dash.
I've seen these before, and I've seen like a 3D scanner. Dental. So the ones with dental are very interesting looking. So
Rescanning with the primers, we take an impression and we have a void or a bubble, and
then we have to go back and redo the entire impression. If there is a void or rescan.
So, 100% plastic.
Hi everyone, this is Hyoki. Do K-pop companies actually force idols to get plastic surgery? And I spent over 5 years what really goes on this, but to love K-pop so badly.
I think I
First,
this. Yeah,
let's clear up
subscribed to
the
her?
biggest rumor of
Is this the girl I watched a few weeks ago? Yes, I did. This was interesting. It was talking about how, like, she wasn't really in debt. They did cover her debt, but being in the industry, you gotta, like, you know, your paycheck goes towards things like vocal coaching and things of that nature. So there's a lot of the costs.
Hi everyone, this is Hyoki. Do K-pop companies actually force idols to get plastic surgery? And more importantly, did I get surgery for this massive under eye bags? I spent over 5 years as a trainee and 2.5 years as an active idol.
So let's see what else we got here real quick before we get ready to wrap up. Yeah, so Styropyro has a second channel. Oh, let's check that out. Oh, wait, we got to watch that link.
Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, I see the funnel again. Oh, there's a funnel, yeah. Yep. See, yeah, there's a funnel right there.
Yep. Thanks.
I don't know if it's down.
Subscribe to that.
Oh, it's a tornado. It's down. It's down. Tornado on the ground. There's a tornado. It's on the ground.
Mine can't. Mine.
Yeah, you can see right
Oh, my
there.
God.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's on the ground.
Mine can't. Mine.
During that bright
Yes,
lightning
it's
flash,
on the
you
ground.
see it.
There.
Right
Yep.
there.
There's a tornado. It's on the
Oh, it's dubbed. We could play it in another language.
ground.
Do you still see it?
Yes, it's on the ground.
Right there.
Damn it, I missed the part I wanted to see.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. It's on the ground.
Mine can't. Mine.
That's it.
Yeah, you can see right
during
there.
the lightning strike.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
It's a very well-defined
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at
You
that.
got it, man.
Oh, I'm
Same
shooting
thing
one over
here.
60. Shoot. Oh, it looks really cool. I can hear it.
Yeah, we gotta get.
No, we're fine. We're totally fine.
No, it's right there, Drake.
Yeah, I know.
That
It's
tornado.
it's gonna cross right here. We're beautifully positioned.
He's like, yeah, I know it's gonna be right here. I want
My
to see it.
camera's not picking it up as good as yours.
Yeah, well, yeah, this is
You
a.
still see it?
Yeah, it's in it. There's debris and everything. It's a.
Are you sure it's going that way?
Yes, we're totally good. It's about to cross the road here. The funnel over there. It just crossed the road. Yep. Yeah. It's fine. I hear it. I do hear it. Oh, it's really close. I hear it, but I don't see it.
Oh no.
I see it, but I hear it.
I hear it right over here. Yeah, definitely hear it.
Oh, yeah, now I think these are hailstones. Let's get inside. But that was awesome.
Wow.
41 seconds into the state of the vehicle at the moment of tanks due to surface tension or form large chaotic liquid is present. To start transient over asymmetry off window. If one is thicker than a form axial compress A2 and the state minus 423 degree.
Let's see the band.
Star Trek. Insurrection wasn't just another Trek sequel. It was sabotaged from the inside.
Slow to 1/3. Take us in.
Paramount literally stole the visual effects budget to save Titanic. Patrick
Ew.
Stewart
So Titanic ruined fucking Star Trek. Another reason to hate that movie.
forced in a mambo dance scene that made writers threaten to quit. And the head writer was so devastated by studio interference, he wrote a tell-all book, which Paramount blocked for years. These are 15 facts about the film that cut a library massacre, reused Enterprise sets as alien ships, and predicted August 2026 as humanity's turning alien ships. Film that cut a library massacre, reused Enterprise sets as alien ships, and predicted August 2026 as humanity's turning point. Versus Picard Ego First Contact. The highest-grossing Trek film in years, it positioned him as a legitimate action hero. Coming off that triumph, Stewart arrived at Insurrection with specific demands. He wanted Captain Picard transformed into the Space James Bond, a romantic physical action star rather than a contemplative plot with ballroom dancing skills. Tonally a private device, a villain's jury, achieved the technology. Still, he promised. When Murphy saw the final cut and realized digital soft focus filters and CGI smoothing had been applied to her face throughout the film, explicitly promised her character would be 98. Lead actress Donna Murphy was explicitly promised her character would look naturally radiant due to the planet's rejuvenating radiation. When Murphy saw the final cut and realized digital soft focus filters and CGI smoothing had been applied to her face throughout the film, she was reportedly deeply insulted. The implication that she needed digital Botox to look beautiful on camera.
She's fucking like 45. Like
the implication that she needed digital Botox.
Like she is good looking, but like she's like bordering on MILF and Cougar in my opinion. So she's Picard's love interest. She's the one who's like the love interest for the bald guy with gray hair who is older than he looks. I mean, he's younger than he looks because in real life he got premature gray hair. So that's why in the Next Generation he's like 30 something. But he looks like a 60 or 50
to look beautiful on camera. Murphy distanced herself from the promotional campaign, rarely discussed Insurrection in subsequent interviews. 3. Fundamentally changed the film's tone. The deleted scene depicted Sana forces launching a full-scale military ground assault on the peaceful
This is what I want to see here.
Baku village. Armed soldiers systematically gunning down dozens of unarmed villagers inside their library. The editing team described it as needlessly graphic violence, reportedly brutal and disturbing. Innocent civilians, including elderly people, being murdered execution style while trying to protect their cultural artifacts. Paramount forced director Jonathan Frakes to completely remove the sequence. They feared mainstream Trek fans wouldn't accept a PG-rated movie where sympathetic pacifist characters were slaughtered like cattle. The deletion significantly softened the film's critique of forced relocation and cultural genocide.
Have you ever seen these? Let's see.
This company makes
Why is he punching a hole in the
chocolate in various forms, and then sells it to companies which manufacture it for retail sale. It also supplies chocolate components such as cocoa powder and cocoa butter. First, an innocent cocoa bean bag is made out as an example to the employees who don't meet their daily quota. Its succulent beans spill into a collection tray. A conveyor belt moves them to a cleaning system, which is a cage filled with starving refugees who lick the beans clean of any dirt and debris.
I've never seen these.
Next
So this is not a real episode of How It's Made. This is like a parody.
Up is a micronizer, which heats the cocoa beans and spins them at a constant rotation, separating them from their families. Then they enter a shell-removing machine called a winnower. Inside, the beans are read various bedtime stories, which trick them into thinking it's nighttime, causing them to remove their shells. Then, a vacuum is applied to the beans, resulting in the two most popular forms of chocolate: hard chocolate and not so hard chocolate.
What?
Here you can see the employees' dedication to work through their bathroom breaks. This solution is later added to the final product for flavor.
Yeah,
An employee then activates a grinding machine, wherein the constant heat and pressure create a chocolate soup mixture, referred to in the industry as chocolate soup mixture.
He's so stupid, this guy.
The factory extracts some of the cocoa butter from the mixture and immediately pours it in the sewer in a bid of environmental conservation. By this time, the beast has been awoken and must be fought back by employees with various instruments. Doing this allows the chocolate to pass through mixers and refiners to give it a softer texture, and also prevents the beast from ushering in 1,000 years of darkness. The smallest disturbance can ruin the batch. The employees are very careful to— What are you doing, Peter? At this stage, potting soil is ground into the chocolate for about 6 years, allowing the chocolate to return to a liquid state. Then, the chocolate goes into this big fucking machine, and I don't know what this thing does, to be honest, but
about people working in
by this point, the
sweatshop.
chocolate is
Oh
now
my God,
chocolate
that's
chips, I
funny game,
guess.
to be honest. That's
The
interesting how
chocolate
the conveyor
chips are
belt
then
and
jostled
the-
ever
the-
so
the
slightly
extruder
to
move
prevent them
in-
from falling asleep,
they move
creating
together.
their rich and stressed out flavor.
That's actually how the camera on the SR-71 Blackbird works. So when the plane is going at
By this
Mach
point,
3,
the chocolate
the ground under the plane is moving, and you get motion blur. So what they figured out was if you move the film at like a speed that matches the movement of the ground underneath, you can still get a good, clean, still image.
is now chocolate chips, I guess. The chocolate chips are then jostled ever so slightly to prevent them from falling asleep, creating their rich and stressed out flavor. The chocolate chips are cooled until
Is that how that works with animals?
about 50 o'clock.
50 o'clock.
The chocolate chips are then given a brief experience of typical Californian traffic.
Typical California traffic.
Finally, the chocolate chips are again jostled, this time just to piss
You
them
said that,
off.
Lynn. I gave credit to Lewd Gamer Overrated Pro for saying that, but it was actually you who said that. So we're gonna open that in a new tab. Oh yeah, this actually happened. This captain in like New Zealand like lost a ship, and I think she lost another ship too, but don't quote me on that. But there's actually a funny story there where like New Zealand, like they tried like put this lady in charge of.
All right, so let's see.
Oh yeah, Punkwater does a weekly show on this channel with by this dude named Mads, and it's actually something. It's really good. I mean, like he seems to have genuine fun there, and usually if he's having fun, it probably is a good conversation. So you might want to check out Mads' new channel. People who are friends, you know, with overlapping circles of friends, like, you know, all the people I know probably already know these people. But okay, I'm looking for the video. Not that one. I'm looking for. Okay. I need to get that playlist back. Yeah, that's right. I'm switching back to my main camera so you guys don't see my playlist. Because I swear.
And Wikipedia probably says it's false that they're.
Last time I showed my playlist, it was. I don't know. So I just shows them in the wrong order. I guess I have to sort. I want to find that Linux video I mentioned before. Here we are. Oh, this was weird. Oh, it wasn't weird. That wasn't weird. I shouldn't call it weird because I'll get in trouble. I got 2 Linux videos before we wrap up, I think. So I'm gonna show you the one that we're gonna watch less of.
Look at your
Yeah,
router.
you did hear
Look at the
Sailor Moon
servers
theme.
host.
That was actually interesting because that video clip, the girls dancing, they filmed it in ultra widescreen, but it's a bunch of like it's girls in South America. It's basically like, you know, cosplayers dancing to like
distributions tend to ship with way less bloatware and analytics related software.
This girl is telling us that Linux tends to ship with less bloatware and less analytics software.
These things aren't baked into the operating system, and optimization matters. All of this means
Feminism, socialism, and activism. And they spell it with a K. Sort of like the time I made my own anti-fascist action logo. Only thing is that you don't really get laptops from socialism. I mean, you might. I just don't see it. I don't see how. They do have a nice Canon camera. I'll give them that.
Linux, by default, is a lot more performant than Windows.
You hear that? You hear that? You hear that? Oh, Linux is a lot more performant than other operating systems. I mean, this is like, these are original talking points, like that video you played on your channel last week where the guy was like, oh, it's so much snappier.
Even install a Linux distribution onto an older computer and see massive performance gains.
Okay, jokes aside, seriously, question. I mean, this is a joke, but it's also a serious question. Should I hold a pen like that when I'm talking? Do I have a pen? I still didn't find my drawing tablet pen, L. But I did find my laptop pen. Oh yeah, here's my laptop pen. So should I do this like when I'm talking? Should I do this like while I'm talking? I'll try it out for a day. So let's go. So we're going to continue.
This increases their lifespan and also reduces waste. The overhead is so low on Linux compared to Windows that even when you run games behind the Wine or Proton translation layer, it may still run faster than it would run on Windows.
I want to believe that. I genuinely do. I don't know if I buy it, but I think it's possible, because years ago virtualization would have had a ton of overhead, but modern day virtualization, you got hardware assisted virtualization, you got dedicated components on the CPU for virtualization, you can do GPU pass through. So that might actually be true.
Windows. So even good computers will see benefits by swapping over to Linux. This is something I noticed, and it is one of the major reasons why I can't switch back to Windows. I'll immediately know.
I am not spinning this pen on top of my thumb. It cost me like $25. Or did it cost me more? I don't know. I don't want to mess this pen up. It's a nice pen. It's the one for my laptop. So right now, if I had to draw something on your stream on something other than my phone, L, instead of using my drawing tablet, I'd have to put my laptop on my desk, which actually is fine. Like, I wish I could keep my laptop on my desk in tablet mode all the time and put like maybe a thin layer of like acrylic over it. But that's another topic. I need to get a new screen protector for my drawing tablet though, because I've done way too many things on top of this screen protector. The screen protector did its job, but it's time for a new screen protector. But anyway, I gotta say their production value is good, their lighting is good. You know, while their bumper sticker or laptop sticker doesn't jive with my own, predispositions, you know, I gotta hand it to them. Their video production is nice. I mean, like, I wish I had one of those. I don't even know what the fuck that is. That looks cool. What is that? Is that like a camera or a microphone mount? Because it looks something I want. Like, it definitely looks like something. In fact, is my camera even showing the whole screen? Why is the picture cropped? Why is the picture cropped? Oh my god, did they really? That's bizarre. They filmed this. They didn't film it in ultra widescreen. But they didn't film it in 21:9 aspect. But they filmed this in a slightly wider aspect ratio. And I think the reason that decision might have been made was in order to make it fit on more phone screens. Let's try it out on my drawing tablet real quick. I'm genuinely fascinated by this. Yeah, you can see on my drawing tablet, there's black bars at the top and bottom. And so this probably would fill up my phone screen more. Let's try it out. I know I'm picking the most odd aspects of someone's video to like talk about, but you know, at least I'm not making jokes about their choice in clothing and makeup and stuff, right? And actually, this is really educational. I mean, it's actually good to look at how other people edit video. Let's take a look here. Yes, actually, gotta hand it to them. Look at this shit. It fits on my phone screen perfectly. Whereas if I go to L's channel, well, I'll go to any channel. Damn it, this is all black. I can't even show you what I'm talking about. I should just go to L's channel. If you go to L's channel, it doesn't fill up the screen. Or my channel. Same thing with my channel. I mean, what you're watching right now. So what I find interesting is, because I always thought about this. I really do think about this. I think about when I upload certain videos, especially shorts. I think about what resolution do I need in order to make it look good on a majority of phones. So like when you look at some of my like space shorts, you'll see like some experimentation there. So let's see. This is square. This one I did a pretty good job on, but even this one doesn't. I don't. The bottom is black. I think that might be. I don't even know. Wait, let me see here. These are shorts that are kind of different altogether. But let's see. That's Reggie's first video. That's a space video. But yeah, I mean, these do pretty good. Although I think the shorts might get cropped automatically, so that might not be the best example. But when I did a Star Wars game in ultra widescreen a long time ago, you can actually see an example of like what gameplay looks like in ultra wide. So I'm gonna find you guys an old video when I was playing Star Wars Squadrons. Did I stream that? I might have streamed that. Oh, if I streamed that, we're not gonna find it. I'm pretty sure I uploaded it at some point. I think I uploaded it last year on Star Wars Day, so it should be here. Oh, well, no, this is cropped because I got like the webcam bar at the bottom. This is chorus gameplay with introductory commentary. Here we are. So this is chorus in ultra wide. Let's see how it looks. This one here is kind of good because what I find interesting is the black bars are where the screen turns into a curve. So I would say using the aspect ratio of my current monitor is perfect for my sensibilities, but I would not put a negative ding on Rooted. That's the name of the channel, I think. Is it Rooted? No, I forgot the name of the channel. We'll go back to the video right now and double check the name. Like I said, talking points sound like your generic Linux talking points, like, oh, it's faster. I think, like, if this person wanted to do, like, make their case, they should show data instead of talking about it, or they should demonstrate it, which, in fairness, I've only showed you guys about 2 minutes of a 23-minute video, 24-minute video. So it's possible they did go over that stuff in the video, right? But this one here, you can see that it throws up. In fact, this one here, we have pillar box over here. So by using a 21:9 aspect ratio, I fill up more of the horizontal space, and we sacrifice a little bit of this area here. But in this case, of course, they cover the vertical space, but they sacrifice a little bit of the horizontal space. And then if we take their video and look at it like this, you can see that there's little black bars now on the vertical area again, like my video. But if we go back to my video, you see that we got a thicker set of letterbox bars up here now. So, I mean, matter of preference, but I appreciate being able to see other people's examples just to kind of like judge my own work and decide if I want to make any changes when I, apply a certain flow to how I do it, But let's go check out this one more Linux video here. And it only works within echo chambers that already agree with you. The best way to convince someone to use Linux is not to be abrasive about it, to be honest. Just show why you like it. Stop mentioning Windows. Well, this person, did they mention Windows or did they just say Linux was better? That's an interesting thought, but I get what you're saying. It works only within echo chambers that already agree with you. That's what these videos tend to do. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, Well, I don't know why people have to be so loyal to Windows, but I also think that picking on Windows is sort of like, it's like saying an asshole is an asshole. It's like, yes, I know that guy's an asshole. Tell me something I don't know already. You know what I mean? Like, so I find that inherently uncreative. You do make a case where, like, you don't see. I think I realize we should discuss this too on stream Saturday for ROM Ramblings a bit. Maybe not the whole show, but it might be worth touching on this. But I think you did explain this. Like, I got the impression that you dealt with one too many people on forums or Reddit who basically were like RTFM and, did you even do the reading instead of like just answering the fucking question. And it's annoying when people are abrasive and unhelpful, right? Like, if that makes sense. I just use the default shorts that OpenShot recommends. I can make a better case for Linux. You can make a better case for Linux, and you're one of the more challenging ones to like sell Linux to. Although I'm not selling it to you. I mean, in fact, you've been doing some interesting stuff just using it. I do like. I did notice. Well, obviously, of course, I noticed. I watch the show almost every day, but I noticed that, like, after you covered Linux heavily, like, you still every day or every few days will use no machine remote into a Linux machine and play a game. And I'm wondering what's like, wouldn't it be better to just play it on your regular computer? But it's cool that you're making some kind of practical use, because like that's kind of like what I was saying was like, you're not, nobody's gonna make a use of Linux unless they have a use for it. Like me, like I prefer Windows on this workstation here, because that said, I think that when this IBM course is over and I do maintenance on my laptop, I'm gonna level up something very significantly on that. Well, first I'm gonna try to do an in-place upgrade as an experiment and just to see how well or poorly that goes. But I believe using an apt package manager, I could literally upgrade my operating system and it might actually fix a few issues I was having that I caused. But if I do a clean install, my goal would be from a clean slate, I want to snapshot the shit out of it. I want to make it so that if I make a change, if it's like after I set it up and I get all the basics working, I want some kind of efficient backup of that. And it may not necessarily look like a backup image, but that's not off the table because my laptop, I think, only has like a 256 gigabyte SSD. So it would be very trivial to do a full backup image of my laptop. And I would want incremental backups because that would have snapshots built into it. Or I think they have a feature in the operating system very similar to Time Capsule or something that works within the file system. Don't quote me on this. Well, we can ask Reggie. Well, Reggie, did he give us any thoughts on the? We've got something, Game Gear. You brought up a topic before. Let's get Reggie's thoughts on the Silicon Graphics Onyx workstation real quick versus the PlayStation Portable, and then we're gonna finish that Linux clip in a minute. But also, I had a question for Reggie, or what I already forgot. Oh yeah, it was about incremental backups or snapshotting or equivalent to Time Machine, and I'm gonna explain it to Reggie because like I can explain it to both you guys, everyone in the chat, and Reggie at the same time. I can make a better case for Linux just making use of the old laptop. I was just collecting dust. Hey, where's my Rumble chat? Once again, Low Spec Linux Gaming, great guy. I should definitely drop his link before I end this stream. I'm just making use of an old laptop. I was just collecting dust anyway. Everything I did on that Linux laptop is disposable. That's my backup plan. It does time shift. That's the thing. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But no, I mean, I think it's interesting, and also it's interesting how because the more you use Linux, and I was a little disappointed, not really disappointed, disheartened maybe, not really. I mean, I'm not emotional about it, but like, there's no reason for me to feel some kind of way about your choice of a Windows theme, because it doesn't prevent you from getting into the terminal. It doesn't really, it doesn't change anything really. I mainly get annoyed at the Windows theme used when like someone's I don't know, like it's hard to explain. I'll have to get back to you on that. Because like there's times where I see people using Windows themes on Linux and I'm just like, maybe it's a little bit of elitism on my part, but it's like, not in your case, but I've seen examples where it's like you might as well be, if you like, it's when someone goes out of their way to make it like Windows all the way. And I'm not even sure if I have any examples of that right now. I'll have to think about that. Because maybe because I want to rant about it. I do want to rant about the point I'm trying to make. But I don't know if I have anything in that rant right now. So anyway, let's see about real quick. So first of all, the PlayStation Portable thing.
Of course, that's what that photo is for. It carried them across time, and now you're...
Oops, wrong one. That was about my great-grandparents. All right, Reggie is processing. I did that to annoy Linux bros. I should change that start button to... change it to a start button. I mean, you could. I mean, look, it's a matter of preference. Look, what matters is the fundamental functionality. It's a searchable start menu. Apparently, Microsoft didn't copyright that or couldn't copyright it, so... they can't, Linux distros implemented that. And I think it existed in Linux distros before. Because like a lot of times when Vista, Windows 7, when Vista came out, they'd be like, oh, it's looking more like Apple. And by that point in time, wow, give me a second. I'm hearing weird noises outside. Sound like a boat or a truck or a boat or a train. Anyway, so that was a distracting noise. It sounded like a dog. Like, it was very bizarre. Oh, it's a garbage truck. Okay. So, yeah, like they had that spotlight or whatever they call it, a magnifying glass on Apple? Yeah, absolutely. And I bring up Apple because that it was probably there first. And frankly, I hate, like, I don't hate Apple, but sometimes Apple feels like a toy, like a primitive toy. But then on the other hand, that apps folder, we have those app icons in the apps folder, doesn't stop you from putting the shortcuts anywhere you want. And what I do like about Apple is something that used to confuse me, but I'm kind of fine with, is that those app icons are usually folders. So the app icon is a folder, but it acts like an app executable. But inside that folder is where all your Unixy stuff is hidden. And, you know, you got directories and symlinks or whatever the frick is in there, you know. I mean, why patent something silly like that? Well, I'll tell you why. It's funny you mention that. So back in the day, Digital Research Inc., which was a company started by Gary Kildall, got sued by Apple because of the look and feel of an element of their operating. Oh my God, I can't even read that. And basically it was like, it looked like Windows 3.1.
This is Gem, or to give it...
Look at Gem. Look how cool Gem is. It looks like this is before Windows 3.1 came out. And it had, like, basically in the same era as Windows 2 and 1, this had a lot of functionality in it. So it was really, really, really cool.
Its full name, the Graphics Environment Manager, as released by Digital Research Incorporated in 1985, and ably demonstrated here on the
1985
Atari ST.
And it's ran on Atari.
Gem is a graphical user
on Atari ST computers, and I have one. I think I have a keychain of an Atari ST. I'm not going to look for it right now.
Interface designed to sit on top of an underlying operating system, supporting Microsoft Windows. In addition to the ST, Gem is best known for being the GUI on Amazon. Apple had unveiled the Lisa, a GUI-driven computer.
And the Lisa was garbage. So Steve Jobs was hell-bent on not putting any fans in it. The engineer's like, bro, you need fans, you need fans. Steve's like, no, we can't have fans. It's got to be a people-friendly computer. Can't have fans in there. So he tries to build a computer that's like passively cooled. And it's like, this is not ideal.
All of their very own, and although it was a commercial flop due in part to its eye-watering price, its mouse-driven user interface was adapted for use on their much cheaper and more successful Macintosh, famously released a year later in 1984. A menu bar with drop-down menus, and a so-called desktop with icons represented any of the photocopier people. Xerox's infamous Palo Alto Research Center, or PARC for short, had come up with their own mouse-driven GUI-based machine called the Alto a whole 10 years earlier.
Now, the Xerox Alto actually is the size of a Silicon Graphics workstation. Like, it's under the desk, but what's cool about it is it takes 40 megabyte disk packs that are like this big. Like, you can slide them into the drawer and load them in. Like, it was actually, they had a bunch of these networked at Xerox for office use. It was a pretty badass design, but Xerox didn't realize what they had. And it wasn't just the mouse and the graphical user interface. What made the Alto special was that it had a bunch of like, and Steve Jobs talks about this in one of his pompous videos where he's all like, you know, being Steve Jobs, but he wasn't wrong. Like, they basically paid like 10 grand to go visit Xerox PARC, Palo Alto Research Center. And they basically focus on copying the mouse, but that's the computer right there. And you'll see those are the 40 megabyte disk packs that go into that drive on the top. And these were networked. So it's not just the mouse that was special. It's the idea of having networked computers, networked storage, and networked printers. I mean, something we take for granted today, but you can imagine how huge that would have been to us even in the early 90s as home users. Of course, as home users, we wouldn't really own more than one computer, so I don't know. It's kind of hard to, think about. But just want to
in 1970.
I mean, why patent something silly like that? Oh yeah, so I got the answer to that. Funny thing is, to photocopy something is to Xerox it here. Yeah. My mom pointed that out. Like in the 60s, the Super Bowl, Xerox bought a bunch of ad spots on the Super Bowl, and they talked about the future and Xeroxing. And same thing here, like, not everyone does it, but a lot of people still call photocopies Xerox. Like, it's not as common as it once was, but it's still a colloquialism here, too. And since Filipinos are Americans who don't have to pay the IRS, I'm not surprised you guys use that lingo too. But jokes aside, it's interesting actually. Thanks for sharing that. But what was it? I once had a manager at Best Buy. He called it a photostat, which interestingly, that's a thing. So, way that a photocopier works is very, very surprisingly interesting. Like how a Xerox works. Like, just to give you a quick and dirty like explanation. So, the light hits the thing, and then on the drum somewhere, like, light charges the roller. Damn it.
Xerography is based on the principle that a certain material can retain an electrostatic imprint of a brightly lit image.
So it's
when a
basically
document is
converting the light to electrostatic stuff. So it's doing it one line at a time. But what it's doing is it's charging the drum like in a line horizontally, basically along the paper, let's say. So let's say in this case it's vertical, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But essentially the light of the scanner, let's say, hits this region here, it sees that, okay, this is going to be an area where it was darker. White is bright, the letter is darker. So it's going to make bright, nothing is going to stick. Then this part here is going to get electrically charged. When this part gets electrically charged and the roller passes over the toner sticks to the drum using static electricity. If you ever had to clear a jammed LaserJet printer, you can sometimes take the paper out where it'll look like it's been printed on, but when you rub it with your finger, the black powder comes off. And that's because it got through the roller where the static charge made the shape of the image stick to the drum. The roller for the drum rolled over the paper, so now it transferred that toner onto the paper, but the paper didn't get a chance to go through the fuser or the heat roller. So the fuser is what fuses the toner to the paper. It presses on that printed image that's currently loose powder that is in the right shape, in the right spot. And once those rollers press down and heat that toner up, then it's permanently baked into the paper. And of course, that's why I like my laser printer, because even though I don't use it often, when I do print important documents, I like having a printer that doesn't smear, and I like having it at home, frankly, but it's not a necessity. It's just something I like having. My boomer age dad probably prints more than me.
is placed in a copier, a bright light is bounced off the paper, through a lens, and onto a specially coated drum. The coating becomes electrostatically charged with a mirror image of the document. As the drum rotates, the fine black particles that make up the ink, called toner, are attracted to the charged areas on the drum, the same areas that would be the print on.
So it electrically charges or statically charges just the parts that actually contain the printable stuff
the paper. As copy paper is rolled over the drum, a heat roller fuses the toner from the drum and onto the paper. As copy paper is rolled, be the print.
So if you get the paper right before it goes through the heat roller, but after it came off the drum, you can actually touch it and the toner comes off.
3. Thing is, the technology was pretty much unknown, as outside a small handful of university computer labs, autos were only used inside Xerox itself. So, when Jobs managed to wangle a private demo of the machine in 1979, he knew that he was onto something good. Regardless of the fact that he and his team hadn't actually invented any of this stuff, Jobs put legal pressure on Digital Research to remove certain elements that he considered.
So, see, they didn't invent it, but because they put it in their Apple computer, and I guess they patented that, or whatever the fuck they did, when Digital Research Inc. put the recycling bin or trash bin onto their desktop, Apple was like, nuh-uh, and
his. And despite the fact that one of the developers of GEM, Lee J. Lorenzen, had been on the Auto team at Xerox years before, Digital Research founder and CEO Gary Kildall decided it would be best to come to a settlement with Apple, which included the removal of certain specific elements in the next release. As a result, March 1986's GEM 2.
Gary was kind of a cool guy. He just didn't want to fuck around with lawyers, frankly.
Decided it would,
and it was probably his own company's legal counsel advised him on this too.
Be best to come to a settlement with Apple, which included the removal of certain specific elements in the next.
We got to do a video about this guy again someday. Like, we really got to go through his whole story. This guy's a very interesting guy. Like, really, like, he's like, you want to hate Windows? Learn about this guy. Not so much hate Windows, hate Microsoft, especially Microsoft when Bill Gates was running it.
Next release.
It's really hard to hate Microsoft, though, after the Xbox, because, I mean, that was a pretty good move.
As a result, March
The original Xbox.
1986's Gem 2 was a shadow of its former self.
I have that computer. I actually have that computer on a desk near my 3D printer, so after I fix the 3D printer, I might restore this computer again, which basically everything's there. It works, not hard to restore it. What's cool about this computer is I have two components. I can either put a compact flash memory card or an SD card in this computer instead of a hard drive. So when I got my hands on this computer, it already had a 3.5-inch hard drive in it, but in its heyday, this computer, it wasn't uncommon to find this computer with a 5.25-inch hard drive. That is a hard drive that is the size of these 5.25-inch bays. In my machine, I have a CD-ROM drive up here and a 3.5-inch floppy drive here. I might 3D print a new bezel, or what I would really like to do is find a floppy drive that is skinny, because I would like to have a 3.5-inch and a 5.25-inch floppy drive occupying the bottom bay. Or maybe the CD-ROM. I would put it in the bottom bay, because the CD-ROM drive has a tray that pops out, and if I don't want the tray getting jammed up against the keyboard if the keyboard is too tall. But basically, I'll make it boot off of a compact flash card or an SSD. That'd be kind of interesting to put an SSD in there, like a modern SSD, like Serial ATA IDE. But it's got an upgraded BIOS, so it's very easy to work on my IBM PC-AT. The original BIOS was a little bit of a different animal. I have a more modern graphics card in there too. I have a Sound Blaster 16, which plays MIDI a little differently than the sound card in my laptop at the time, but I don't know which one was more accurate, to be honest. You get the idea.
Such frivolities as
I need to add networking to my machine, and so when I add networking, I'm going to need a different operating system other than Windows 3.1. I'm going to need something like, I could run DOS 6.22, but I might just go for DR-DOS, which is made by Gem. I mean, not Gem, made by the company that made Gem. Because if I'm running DR-DOS, it probably won't be any harder to make Gem work on MS-DOS, to be honest, but I would love to run DR-DOS with Gem on top of it if it can run on my AT, or I might have to run a different operating system, but I would love to have, like, Gem. I would still have, like, I'd probably partition it, or just have both GUIs coexist. Probably be smarter to partition it, because the way that, like sometimes certain system files kind of, going to be in, you're going to have an interesting mess there. But I think you can make it coexist. Because I once had a computer that had both Windows 3.1 and Windows 95 on it, and it, like, you could pick either OS. Wasn't really a good idea, I don't think, but I think it worked. I vaguely remember. And at one point, I accidentally installed Windows 95 alongside Windows 98, which was just oopsie on my part. But, it automatically updated the boot menu, and you could pick. That was definitely not a good idea at all. But yeah, that's what happened with the recycling bin. Let's get to the next video.
The very video you're watching right now. They all have one thing in common, and it's not a burning desire to harvest your personal data. It's Linux, the operating system that powers the Mars rover, the Large Hadron Collider, and probably that weird smart toaster you bought on Amazon. It is the undisputed king of the computing universe. Yet, if you ask the average PC gamer to install it, they look at you like you just asked them to defuse a bomb using only a toothpick. Today, we are diving into why Linux is so aggressively OP, why the terminal is basically a magic wand for nerds, and why using it makes you feel like a hacker god right up until you accidentally delete your entire boot drive. To understand why Linux is the ultimate flex, we have to go back to 1991. A Finnish computer science student named Linus Torvalds was annoyed. He wanted to use a Unix-like operating system on his personal computer, but the existing options were either too expensive or too restrictive. So, instead of touching grass, he just casually wrote his own operating system kernel from scratch and gave it away for free on the internet. That's the equivalent of building
That's, why he's
his own operating system kernel from scratch and gave it
This is Linus saying, fuck
away
you,
for free
NVIDIA.
on the internet.
That's what he did. He said, F you, NVIDIA.
That's the equivalent of building a functioning Ferrari in your garage and tossing the keys to anyone walking by. Fast forward to today, and that little hobby
That's not
project
the equivalent of building a functioning Ferrari in your garage and tossing the keys to anyone. That's like making the ECU software for a Ferrari and then tossing the disk and the EEPROM flashing tools to anybody walking by.
Has completely monopolized enterprise computing.
I love messing with analogies. The fact that it's a Flex already turns me off to it. Which one? The one about the terminal?
While Microsoft is busy trying to force Candy Crush into your start menu,
Or the
and
one about
Apple
using Arch? Oh, yeah. I agree, El.
is charging you a kidney for an extra 8
Buying a $999 Mac with 8 gigs of RAM or buying a $333 Motorola with 12 gigs of RAM? Motorola what? Oh, that kinda makes
gigabytes of
sense.
RAM. Linux is sitting in the corner. Completely free, highly secure, and endlessly customizable. It doesn't treat you like a toddler in a padded,
a nice
completely
desktop
free,
environment.
highly secure,
I want to see
and
that again.
endlessly
Oh, is that Ubuntu? Well, either way, I think they did a nice job on it. I think having all this shit is kind of unnecessary, but I do like having an app where I can get a good look at these types of details, like the Task Manager. I might even look for something for Windows that's better than Task Manager, because my biggest problem with Task Manager is when my lights are out, the Task Manager window is super bright, and it doesn't like adapt to the themes, which is super annoying. And I don't want to use a third-party theme app.
customizable. It doesn't treat you like a toddler in a padded room. It treats you like an adult operating heavy machinery. If you want to
Oh, I got you.
replace your entire graphical interface with a tiling window manager, you can. And if you want to run a command that permanently deletes every single file on your computer without a single warning prompt, Linux will nuke itself into oblivion. But Linux isn't actually an operating system. Cue the angry nerds in the comments. It's just the kernel, the core engine that talks to the hardware. To actually use it, you need a distribution or a distro. And picking a distro is like choosing a character class in an RPG. You have Ubuntu, the trusty golden retriever of the Linux world. It's user-friendly, well-supported, and perfect for people who golden retriever of the Linux world. It's user-friendly, well-supported, and perfect for people who just want their Wi-Fi to work. Then you have Debian, the ancient, unkillable.
Well, in fairness, like I'd say that Ubuntu is just it's the one that's there and is ready to go. It's like a turnkey solution for like anybody, I guess. Beyond that, is reasons I choose not to use it, but
grandfather
there are
that
times where I do
values
choose to use
stability above all else. If you install Debian on a server,
Now, Debian, Ubuntu is Debian. I mean, it's based on Debian. It's like it uses like the maintainer's work, right? Debian maintains the kernel in their form. Ubuntu sort of like builds on top of like the work of Debian. And so you can see here, actually, this picture represents it. You can see that you got Ubuntu, Kali, which tends to run on like a live CD or a bootable flash drive, like for security things, like if you want to do penetration testing. You got Linux Mint. Apparently Pop! OS is Debian distro. And so generally I tend to favor Debian distros just by virtue. And that's why I find Mint strikes a really good balance, because Debian has that apt package manager that's really good. Now, a while back I went to install Debian. I forgot why. I looked it up and it's like, oh, use Debian. And a lot of times you get a distro like Debian or Arch, you're building it from scratch. But if you find a good derivative OS that's derived from Debian, or even Arch for that matter, usually more of it's more put together, so to speak, if that makes sense. You know, it's like that's one of the reasons why I said, like, yeah, honestly, you would have been fine on Ubuntu. I have my preference with Mint, and I forgot if I made a good case for that. But I also like that when you do choose Mint, I do like the window managers, the desktop environments they offer, I guess they're called. And in fairness, you can use those desktop environments on Ubuntu as well. I think they might even have different downloads of images for that purpose, but I'm not 100% on that part there. But I just like that when you go to the Linux Mint website, it's all laid out pretty neatly there. If I needed a server OS on a Linux container, I still tend to use a Ubuntu-based one over a Mint one pretty much all the time.
for today, it will probably outlive you. But then you have
Choosing a character class in Dark Souls, the game in the video, only matters for starting items and levels. You can build your character however you want. And that's actually kind of true of Linux, too.
Arch Linux. Arch is for the absolute sociopaths of the programming world. It comes with nothing, no graphical interface.
See, that's like what I was talking about. You can get Arch and install it, but then you're literally reading the guide on the Arch website telling you how to get a window manager, how to choose a window manager, how to install it, how to, whether you're installing it or compiling it and then installing it, which you don't have to, compile everything on Linux, but I would bet you like Arch installation guide official. And also, we got to let Reggie finish his thought on PlayStation. So I once went through this whole procedure. Connected. OBS just reconnected. So basically, I just use Gparted. Right? You just type in a command called Gparted, and it's a graphical interface that looks a lot like disk management on Windows, but a little bit more functional. I mean, no, I'd say they do basically the same things. There are certain things that disk management might do more of. I can't think of it right now. Probably get more choices in certain areas. But this, like, was a huge turnoff for me. And then, like, my brother told me about Crunchbang Linux, which was a Debian-based distro. Once again, like, similar to Linux Mint, a lot of things are pre-rolled. At the time, Crunchbang only had one desktop environment, and it was perfect. It was perfect at the time. It really was, in my opinion. At least I loved it. Because then I was like, especially at the time, I had a Lenovo Yoga tablet convertible, and they were a little bit newer at the time. So it gave me a good basis to build on top of. And basically, I wanted the ability to either use the touchscreen or the mouse to switch between the virtual desktops, like where I could swipe with 3 fingers left and right and shuffle back and forth. And I had to set that up, but it was really cool. I mean, that's how I installed a window manager on WSL2. I spent all of 30 minutes or so before the stream just copying and pasting stuff.
No web browser, just a blinking cursor and a challenge. Setting up Arch is basically a rite of passage, and the reward is that you are legally required to tell everyone you meet that you use Arch. By the way, the true power of Linux, regardless of your distro, lies in the terminal. On Windows, when something breaks, you click a troubleshooting button that thinks for 5 minutes and then tells you it has no idea what's wrong. On Linux, you are the troubleshooter. You type cryptic incantations into the command line, stringing together. You are the troubleshooter. You type cryptic incantations into the command line. On Linux, you are the
I didn't say Maria. It said Harui. Harui Suzumiya.
Shooter. You type cryptic incantation.
That's funny. Shout out to Nagato.
Into the command line, stringing together bizarrely named tools like grep, awk, and sed to bend the machine to your exact will. You manage your software not through a clunky app store, but through package managers that can update your entire system and all your apps with a single line of text in less time than it takes Windows to prepare to configure updates. It is a level of speed
not really true.
And efficiency that makes going back to a mainstream OS feel like running underwater. So, is Linux OP? Absolutely. It is the closest thing we have to true ownership in the digital age.
I appreciate the spirit of this video, like the whole is it OP? Absolutely. Like this guy's just going over the top here, but I think he poked fun at the various people in the community, so that's cool. I think he's like having fun with it, and I do appreciate the sense of humor on it.
Ecosystem built by developers, for developers, free from corporate tracking, forced updates, and planned obsolescence. It gives you the power to resurrect a 10-year-old.
Free from corporate tracking. Let me see here. Okay, good. There's no bird in my window.
Laptop from updates. System built by developers, for developers.
Okay, well, I'm not a developer. I mean, granted, we do dabble in that.
Free from corporate tracking, for.
I mean, that's a valid point, but it's not entirely true. I think like Ubuntu is not free from corporate tracking.
Forced updates.
Or at least it asks you.
And planned obsolescence.
More like
it gives you the power to resurrect.
More like alpha male flex. And what's wrong with being an alpha male?
Resurrect a 10-year-old laptop from the dead and make it run faster than a brand new Chrome.
Well, okay, I'm not even going there.
Chromebook. Yes.
It's not so much being an alpha male that's the problem. It's being a self-proclaimed alpha male. Like, I think to be alpha, you know, you don't really. Part of being truly alpha is not announcing it. You know, like being like sort of like when you're comfortable in your own skin, comfortable being whatever you are, doing whatever you're doing.
There is a learning curve. Yeah.
Well, flexing, I can ignore flexing, right? Like, I don't have to interact with any of these people who flex. I just need something that works. The problem is that when you go and use someone's application that you want to use, and then you consult for help, and they're just like flexing and telling you to read the manual or some dumb shit like that. Sort of like what was the name of that game? The airplane game. Shoot, I have it too. It's like It's like GSX. I'm making up names here. It's right here somewhere. I know it's here because I play DCS Worldwide. This game right here. I paused it in the middle of an update, apparently. Good flight game, but like, I remember one time I was trying to play, and I go to Google it, and someone's on Reddit, and like, oh, you're trying to fly the plane without knowing how to fly the plane. It's like, well, yeah, that's why I'm playing on my computer. It's like, I get it if I was like a real pilot, and I was installing Flight Simulator, and I didn't know how to take off, and it's like, I didn't even know how to like hit the, start engine button or switch. But it's like, it's a game. Don't take yourselves too seriously, people. But that being said, DCS is interesting as hell. Like, people make a lot of very, very intricate combat simulations. Like, what would happen if you had a bunch of Sea Whiz cannons on carriers and 1,000 missiles? What would happen if you had this? Again, you could, do different things like that. Like, how many missiles can get intercepted, and how many do we miss?
Yes, you might spend 3 hours reading forum posts from 2012 just to get your Bluetooth headphones to pair. But the moment you finally understand how it all fits together, the moment you write your first bash script.
In fairness, you don't take 3 hours doing the Bluetooth headphones, but if in any time you were in a situation like that, you do learn a few things that can serve you in good stead later on. The problem is I can't guarantee anyone else that every time they go through that ordeal, they're going to walk away with something beneficial. You might spend like 3 hours messing with something, get something working, and never use that particular knowledge set again. But a lot of times you will. And writing bash scripts, I found that useful for things like video encoding. Like when I was making those video encoding scripts for the Windows CE device, with AI, I could do them on Windows just fine. But realistically, a lot of times it was like easier for me to get started on Linux. Like, at least I have a better, like, I don't know, it's like the Linux bash shell has an answer to everything, basically, whereas the Windows shell, at least the terminal or command line, you can usually coax it to do what you need it to do, but there's not going to be as many forum posts on how you go about that, right? Depends. The name of the game is Dark Souls, and the flex is Get Good.
To automate a boring task. You realize you aren't just using a computer anymore, you're commanding it. And once you taste that kind of power, paying for an operating system just feels wrong.
So, yeah, to each their own. But finally, Reggie, tell us about that PSP.
Reggie here. No need to switch modes. This one's straightforward. The other is a room heating graphics workstation built to chew through high-end visualization. ImageApp's guide images.cdn.fixit.com media, Fixtabonite, Boshiban AA. 24 CPU. Roughly early to mid-2000s console-class visuals comparable in spirit to a scaled-down PlayStation 2. ImageApp's upload, blog Wikipedia Commons 9G. Early mid-1990s CCPU. Multiple MIPS, CPUs, R444-400, etc. RAM, performance profile. Could cost hundreds of thousands to over $1 million filled racks, required serious cooling and power orders of magnitude beyond consumer hardware of its time. The comparison, straight-up category PSP, CI Onyx. Industrial visualization cost $250. The PSP is newer and more efficient. With modern for its time graphics pipelines, the SGI Onyx is brute force. Designed before efficiency mattered so. Portability, the PSP is on another planet. Plain language takeaway, the PSP is a sports car built for everyday driving. They're answers to completely different problems. If you want, I can compare the PSP to something closer in spirit.
Yeah, it's fair. They're not really comparable. It's like comparing an IBM 360 mainframe to like a Z80 processor. Like, you are technically going to have a faster CPU on a Z80 processor, but you're not going to process like 1,000 transactions simultaneously on the Z80, or more accurately, they're not necessarily going to go simultaneously. It's going to queue things up. It's going to do different things like figure out how to assign those workloads to the CPU and peripheral processors. But a mainframe, even a weaker mainframe when it comes to raw compute, is going to be able to do more than a microprocessor of the same or similar, even an era that's a little bit, came a little bit later. And like I say, it comes down to like, a mainframe does have a lot of like sub-processors, so to speak, control units that control the flow of data between the hard disks or DASD units and other peripherals, the networking hardware, for instance, and the CPU, and dealing with like how are you going to manage these separate terminals here where people are accessing data. You got batch jobs that have to read from disks as well. You got to use the RAM, in the middle of that somewhere. But one of the things that they figured out or avoided was making all of the heavy lifting happen on the CPU instead of having all the heavy lift. Instead of doing all of the heavy lifting on the CPU alone, you can have that work done somewhere else where it's getting done, like somewhere between the storage unit and wherever it's going. But I digress. That's a very high level overview. It's not very specific, and I recommend reading about that if you want to know more. SGI from 1992 is a low-end phone. Yeah, I mean, basically, I wouldn't say low-end phone. Oh, no. Because what is a low-end phone by what? Today's standards? Yes. Okay, absolutely. By today's standards, yes, 100%. By the standards of the 90s? I mean, well, I'm sure that's not what you meant. So, anyway, lastly, okay, one more last thing, Reggie. I believe my friend, excuse my language. That was me mumbling. My friend Game Gear Goddess recommended an app. What was the name of that backup utility she mentioned? Time Shift. Well, anyway, here's what I was bringing up. So I'm about to be doing an in-place upgrade of my OS right after the IBM training course ends. I'm going to use apt to do the whole OS upgrade. I'm going to see if it fixes some issues and upgrades. If it doesn't work out, or if I feel that I still have certain issues, I'm going to do a clean install. After the clean install, I'm going to make sure everything works, and then I want to back up that baseline state, maybe even make a backup image. Since my laptop only has a 256 gig SSD, if I recall correctly, it might be a 512, but let's say it's 256. It's pretty trivial to do a full backup image of that, but I was thinking, well, maybe I want to do incremental backups, but do I want to do an incremental backup to my home server, or perhaps something internal, whether it's inside the file system or something that runs in the background that sort of gives me like similar functionality to Time Capsule, but not necessarily with an external or network attached drive, so that if I make a change to the operating system that breaks something, I can bring it back to a good state with relative ease. Is Time Shift appropriate for that, or do you recommend some other methodology? And just give me a high-level overview. Typical 2026 2 GHz octa-core phone. Okay, that's fair. But in the standards of 90s computers where, 3DFX was barely on the scene or barely doing what they were known for. I mean, SGI computers were used for like doing the graphics in Hollywood movies and stuff like that. And they were good, but then they had a lot of systemic issues. For instance, my friend's uncle, he did a lot of trading of stocks, and he pointed out that the annual report for SGI was printed in color. And he's like an old Asian guy, old Chinese guy. And he's like, printing in color is expensive. So he already had like a bad impression of the company if they couldn't even do an annual report in a efficient manner. And I remember seeing pictures of these wristwatches they gave out at some employee event. These are $300 watches. Like, they had their logo on them. They were beautiful. But do you really need to be giving out $300 watches to your employees? So at some point they got a little bit cocky, a little bit arrogant, and they fell from grace because of it. All right, Reggie, so I see you're processing. Did I start you on the correct GPU today? I think I did. Just a lot of words. Okay. Go for it, Reggie.
Reggie here. You're thinking about this the right way. Separate the problem into baseline image and ongoing rollback. They serve different purposes. Time Shift, what it's actually good for use case. System rollback, not full backup, takes snapshots of system files, not your home directory by default uses. Lets you boot back into a previous state if an update breaks things what it feels like. Very close to Mako's Time Machine, but focused on the OS itself. After your clean install, once everything is working before or after apt upgrade, or risky changes, quick rollback without reinstalling limitations. Not a full disk image, not meant for long-term archival, not ideal as your only backup. Refined phase 1 clean baseline image, one-time safety net. Use something like, but my factory. Phase 2 daily weekly rollback protection use. Time shift setup recommendation. Snapshot type. Daily snapshots keep 57 weekly snapshots keep a few storage location options. Internal SSD, fastest, simplest. Backup don't skip this time shift, does not protect your personal files. Pair it with rsync or something like rollback resync or your actual files. Answer to your core question, yes. Time shift is exactly what you want for oops I broke the system recovery. But it should not be your only safety layer. Quick decision guide, want instant rollback after bad update time shift, want full system restore after disaster Clonezilla image, but engineered properly and with your home lab.
Alright, he got cut off mid-sentence for some reason. Well, I'll give you an example. So, when I was in San Antonio, I installed TLP, and then I uninstalled TLP, and then I messed with TLP again, and at some point I had very good control over my CPU speeds, where I could manually control my CPU speed to prevent overheating, because at work they run the heat really high during the winter and it makes my laptop overheat. So I was able to like literally punch in the exact clock frequency I wanted basically, and it was wonderful. But at some point now I have the power management kind of bungled up real bad where like I can't control my clock speed anymore, so it's like pretty much always running at like near turbo speeds, and it does some thermal throttling, but you know, I can't lock it to like 1.2 gigahertz, for example, like I could before. Now, the backup plan example you gave was good. I guess I could figure out like what things in my home directory are part of the system or important to the system. Because there's going to be applications sometimes too that maybe there's a symlink or something that references something else. But in general, I think basically I could segregate my home directory. See, it's really the .config directory I'm thinking about in my home directory that really concerns me, right? Because other apps are going to rely on it. That's an area where certain changes could screw something up important. But that's why, like, I was thinking, like, a whole disk granular snapshotting system. If that means, like, you know, synchronizing it and backing it up on a weekly basis, maybe that's what I would do. But perhaps I can combine the two at time shift, as you suggested, just like using rsync or Clonezilla. And, yeah, time shift and rsync. I never heard of Borg, but if it's got an advantage over rsync, I'll investigate that. But I think, yeah, we're not going to go too deep on this tonight. Just, you know, give final thoughts, and I'm going to wrap it up. Yeah, man, I can't wait to turn off these lights, man. It's like freaking bright in here. Oh my god, that's long. That's long. You know what? It's going to copy the part that matters. Oh, wait. Damn it, Reggie did answer that question. He said about config. .config is user app behavior. So tilde home directory /config, which is in your home directory. It's a hidden directory. .config contains your user app behavior, whereas /etc and /usr and systemd affects system behavior. My CPU scaling problem probably lives in system space, not .config. Backing up .config won't save you from what just happened. Still worth backing up, just not for this class of issue. So, I mean, I was giving one example. What likely broke it? Quick reality check. CPU governor stuck on performance. Intel AMD P-State driver mode changed. Conflicting tools. TLP versus CPU power. Yep, that's definitely what's going on. Versus desktop power daemon. Leftover config in etc/tlp.conf /etc/default CPU frequency utilities or etc/systemd/*. I think it's one of the first two directories, or both of them for that matter. That's exactly the kind of mess that time shift fixes instantly, and rsync does not. Okay, that's great. Any other thoughts, Reggie?
Your ideal setup, clean, minimal, effective one. After clean install Golden Moment, install your tools fix, CPU scaling properly. Verify thermals and control then. Take a time shift snapshot, take a full image Clonezilla that becomes your known good anchor too. Ongoing protection, low effort time shift, local or server backed before after. Compression did up by default Borg, deduplicated compressed, keeps history efficiently better for long-term storage translation. Final guidance, the part that matters what you actually want is one practical habit to adopt before you touch anything like TLP again. Take a snapshot, make your change. If it breaks, roll back in minutes, no guessing.
So yeah, with that being said, we're gonna raid RS-218, or if you wish to tune into RS-218. Next week, don't know what's up on the docket. Maybe I'll put out a poll to see if anybody's interested in doing a watch party, or we'll just do something random, or maybe I'll have my 3D printer working and we can design something, because I've been dying to use one of those AI tools for 3D modeling. I feel like that could be a potential game changer, or at least a very useful tool set when it comes to doing certain things, especially practical parts. So like building shelving brackets on a 3D printer, for instance. It depends on how much weight you want to sustain, but you could do a lot of clever things on a 3D printer, and how you design a bracket to make it strong and light at the same time. But we'll see what happens. Maybe even design some original stuff using one of those AI tools. That could be interesting. But with that being said, I do want to thank everyone from the bottom of the chat and the bottom of my heart. Game Gear Goddess. We also had Slim Nim. We had Awesome One, Whooper Trooper, LCX, Renee, Slim Nim, Logan Denier Productions, LD Near Productions, LDP. And I can't see the rest of the chat, but I do remember Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective were here. We also had Lady Mist. We had the dude with the funny author videos. Those shits were, at least I found them to be hilarious. And Jose. Yeah, it was good having Jose here. Love his channel. It just puts, it's good chaos. I really appreciate it. And this Saturday morning, I will be on LCX's channel for ROM Ramblings, and LCX will be streaming tomorrow morning as well. So, that is going to be the next link I'm going to put in the chat. We also have on Saturday with Mike Pacific 414. We're going to find that right now, because I would like to make sure that is brought to anyone who likes Star Trek's attention. He does Star Trek The Voyage Continues, I believe it's called. I should know this. I'm on it. Oh, I tune into it. Yeah, here we are. The Adventure Continues. He does them in both portrait and landscape mode. So choice is yours on which one you want to tune into. You could tell YouTube to notify you automatically. So yeah, I'll be on Pacific 414 at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, talking about Star Trek: The First Duty. It's a Star Trek Voyager episode, and it looks like it involves, is that Ensign Wildman? Well, wait a second. That's not Voyager. It's that one. We're going to be watching the one where Wesley and his friends get in trouble at the Academy for potentially performing an illegal maneuver in fighter planes. One of the rare occasions we get to see starfighters on Star Trek. Very much a moral quandary episode. There's also a character, what is his name, Carno, who is played by the same guy who plays Tom Paris on Voyager, which of course creates a lot of funny, talking points about Star Trek lore, right? Like, how is this guy in Star Trek under a different name? Even though it's just the same actor. Definitely a lot of little memes based on that aspect of the lore. But anyway, yeah, that should be a good time. So with that being said, thank you anyone who has tuned in. Thank you all for tuning in. For anybody watching on the replay, if you have any questions, comments, ideas, or concerns, please leave a comment. Please consider liking and